Chapter 4275. Shaking his head, Lin Ling couldn't think of anything else, so he simply ignored it. Then, he glanced at the battle between the martial gods and realized that the battle was still intense. However, a few powerful martial artists had been born. Of course, Lin Ling didn't care much about the martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Therefore, when he sensed his soul power, he was surprised to find that his soul power had unknowingly reached 80,000 levels. It had increased by 10,000 levels. The speed of improvement is so crazy. Could it be that I encountered some kind of opportunity before? Lin Ling was delighted and immediately cultivated the Bodhi testimony divine technique again. However, this time, the effect was weak and he couldn't find the same feeling as before. This also caused Lin Ling to give up on comprehending it. His helpless gaze fell on the battle between the martial gods. Lin Ling could see that his big brother and young demon lord were about to become the martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Although they were ranked at the bottom, at least it was a big improvement. As time passed, the 12 martial gods of the 9 provinces were finally confirmed. Among them, young Master Yao and Big Brother were at the bottom of the 12 martial gods of the 9 provinces. As for Black Crow Old Man's departure, this position was seized by a mysterious woman. Of course, although the other martial gods weren't defeated, their positions were still precarious. They could be surpassed at any time, or even eliminated. This battle for the position of the martial gods of the 9 prefectures was finally over. It could be assumed that after tomorrow, the news would spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Let's go. Okay. Lin Ling stood up and pretended to announce the names of the martial gods, acting as a referee. Then, he led the members of the God-Slayer Alliance out of this realm. Huh, Digu Martial God, my new title. Impressive, huh? Ah. While walking, Indra and young Demon Lord were obviously very excited. After they became the strongest 12 martial gods in the 9 regions, they also had their own titles. Among them, Sakra gave himself the name of Digu Martial God. Although this name made Lin Ling feel that it was very unpleasant to hear, Sakra was very happy and never tired of it. As for the young Demon Lord, he used the name of the ancient demon tribe and called himself the Ancient Martial God. Looking at the God-Slayer Alliance, they were also in high spirits. This was because the God-Slayer Alliance now had 2 more true kings of the 9 provinces. This undoubtedly made the God-Slayer Alliance one of the top forces in the 9 provinces and showed signs of surpassing the new heavenly court. Like the Duan clan, there was no comparison at all. When they returned to the final world, the entire 9 provinces were in an uproar. Because no one had expected that the 9 provinces would undergo a change after the gods returned to their positions. The 10 martial gods had become 12 martial gods. Of course, the battle in the Yellow Sea had also shaken the 9 prefectures. Among them, the domineering scene of Lin Ling killing the martial god with a sword was incessantly praised and admired by countless people. As for Duan Wuhan, who had become famous after being stepped on by Lin Ling, that would be a disgrace. It would cause the entire Duan family to lose face. Now, after the battle with the Yellow Sea, Lin Ling was in the limelight. He was even more terrifying than before. In many people's hearts, Lin Ling had already become an overlord. At this moment, in the Kaiyuan River, the 5 major clans had heard about Lin Ling from the cultivators who had entered the Kaiyuan River for training. They were all overjoyed because Lin Ling was their totem. Now that he had become the overlord of the 9 provinces, the 5 major clans naturally wouldn't dare to provoke him. In the Qing Prefecture and the Spirit Prefecture, the 3rd princess and Lin Ling's master had also heard the news. Naturally, they were proud of Lin Ling. Moreover, they had heard from others that there were a few overlords in the 9 provinces that they absolutely couldn't provoke. One of them was Lin Ling of the God-Slayer Alliance. This news undoubtedly made them very proud. Looking at Lin Ling, he didn't know that the moment he left the Yellow Sea, the news had already spread to the entire 9 provinces. He was still talking and laughing with Yu and the others as they continued to move forward. Looking at the vast void in the distance, Lin Ling's heart was filled with emotions. He thought back to when he first came to the martial god world, the 9 provinces, and the final world. At that time, he was filled with curiosity and yearning for the vast void. In the following thousands of years, he had traveled through half of the void and explored it. He had swept through various forbidden lands and defeated countless experts. Now, unknowingly, he seemed to have become a towering figure in the void of the 9 provinces. Thinking of this, Lin Ling turned to look at Yu Yu and the others. When Yu Yu and the others noticed Lin Ling's gaze, they smiled. They also realized that thousands of years had passed without them noticing. It felt as if time had passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, we have also gone through a long period of time. Lin Ling held his wife's hands and said with a smile. Now, Lin Ling could be considered an old monster who had cultivated for almost 10,000 years. If he were in Huaxia, he would definitely scare many people to death. Yes, I used to hear people call us old monsters. But now, we are also old monsters. Yu Yu said with a smile. And Yuer and the others also burst into laughter when they heard her words. The term old monster did make people feel strange. If you call me old monsters, then you are also beautiful old monsters. Lin Ling said with a smile as he stroked each of his wives' faces. In the distance, the people of the God-Slayer Alliance also retreated far away, not daring to disturb this warm scene. Hee, the big leader is so good. He has so many beautiful wives. Someone laughed. You are courting death. If the big leader hears you, he will skin you alive. Someone next to him slapped the back of that person's head, making him smile awkwardly and not dare to refute. Let's stay away from the big leader and not disturb him. Then one of the leaders said indifferently. After that, the nearly 100,000 people of the God-Slayer Alliance slowed down and let Lin Ling and the others go first. Now, Lin Ling's prestige in their hearts had reached the sky. No one was dissatisfied with this big leader. Lin Ling naturally noticed their little movements. He shook his head and smiled. Then he led his wives forward again. To him, it was better that no one disturbed him. He could accompany Yu Yu and the others to walk in the void. This was also the promise that Lin Ling had made to Yu Yu and the others back then. In the past, although Lin Ling had tried to take Yu Yu and the others to walk in the void, he had to be careful because he had many enemies. Now, Lin Ling was not afraid of anyone. Unless the gods personally took action, only then could they suppress Lin Ling. However, the 4 great gods obviously would not take action against Lin Ling. If there was an enemy in the void of the 9 prefectures that could threaten Lin Ling, it might only be the Spirit Nation. Of course, this only represented the enemies that Lin Ling knew. For example, the Black Crow Old Man not long ago belonged to the type that Lin Ling did not know about. That was hard to say. Chapter 4276. At the very front, there was a gorgeous palace floating there. It was pulled by 49 snow heavenly horses. Although it didn't seem to be fast, it was very ostentatious because the palace was very gorgeous. There were a lot of enchantments on the surface, and those who were knowledgeable would know that the palace had a world of its own. It could become a world and change into any scene. Snow, summer, autumn, and even green mountains and clear waters. To create such a palace, the effort needed was definitely not small. Looking at the snow heavenly horses, it was said that they were the mounts of the snow god. They had the divine embryo jade bones and were snow spirits. They represented purity and infinity. Even in the entire 9 provinces, they were incomparably noble existences and priceless. Only a few big shots were qualified to ride them. However, to use 49 snow heavenly horses in one trip, this showed the owner's origin even more. This is Miao Shen's true inheritance, right? It should be a boundary god who passed through here. This place was very close to the final world, so there were a lot of martial artists nearby. When they saw the gorgeous scene, they were all shocked. The direction is wrong, lead the way. At this time, the cold voice sounded again. Then, the lightning whip was swung out and landed on the bodies of the people leading the horses, causing them to tremble as if they were struck by lightning. After gritting their teeth, they didn't say anything and continued to lead the horses forward. What a bunch of bastards! The person who swung the whip was a young man wearing a gorgeous robe. He was actually a boundary master with an extremely high level. It's Jiu Tian. Someone recognized the boundary master and knew that he was a supreme golden rune boundary god. An exalted robed world spiritist with golden runes was a world spiritist capable of forging acquired divine artifacts. His status and identity were incomparably high. However, such a world spiritist was actually supervising the horse watchers. This was too strange. Could it be that there's a supreme dragon rune boundary god in that gorgeous palace? Someone suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "A supreme dragon rune boundary god who could forge innate divine tools obviously had a higher status. No wonder why it's so ostentatious." However, there aren't that many supreme dragon robes with Miao God's true teachings. I wonder which supreme dragon robe is inside the palace. That gorgeous palace, could it be the legendary heavenly snow palace? If that's the case, then that person should be the great world deity Snow Zune. I remember that when this palace appeared 50 years ago, it shook the void of the 9 prefectures. Hey, look at the person pulling the horse, it looks like Princess Tin. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Then someone pointed to the front in surprise. Princess Tien? The former spokesperson of Miao Xin's true inheritance? Many people were shocked and rubbed their eyes to look. Suddenly, they saw a woman in front of the Snow Pegasus with a dozen people. She was leading a Snow Pegasus forward. Looking at her, she looked a bit down and her expression was incomparably gloomy. How pitiful! I didn't think that the mighty Princess Tin would end up like this. Someone sighed. Back then, Princess Tien represented Miao Xin's true inheritance in the 9 prefectures. Therefore, many people knew about her and there were many who gave her face. But now, she had become a horse watcher. She was very down and out. Could it be that the legend from 50 years ago is true? After some people were surprised, a gloating smile appeared on their faces. It should be that matter. However, Princess Tien is also quite beautiful. Now that she's not as beautiful as she was back then, I wonder if I can buy her? It's possible. After all, after losing the bet, Princess Tien and the others all belonged to the great world deity Snow Zune. If we can move the great world deity Snow Zune, anything is possible. Hee, if I can press this bossy Princess Tien under me, how cool would that be? More and more people smiled and said, their words could be said to be unscrupulous. These words were undoubtedly heard by Princess Tin, causing her to lower her head even more. Looking at the man called Jiu Tian in front of the palace, he sneered. Not only did he not stop them, he even allowed them to laugh at Princess Tin. It's her. In the distant void, Lin Ling brought Yu and the others over. After seeing Princess Tien, Lin Ling frowned slightly. Of course, he was more focused on the people beside Princess Tien, because there were more than 10 people beside Princess Tien. Among them, there was Long Ya, whom he had met once, and the white-clothed woman, great world deity Snow Tian. And this great world deity Snow Tian was also pulling the horse. It was completely different from the mysterious and noble person in the past. How could this be? Without a doubt, Lin Ling was very puzzled. Brother Ling, you have left for 100 years. Naturally, you don't know that 50 years ago, Tian Shui Great World God also went to the divine realm. However, when she was trying to become a god, for some unknown reason, not only did she fail to become a god, she was even mysteriously sealed, causing all her forging skills to disappear. Yu and the others had followed Lin Ling to God Miao's true inheritance and they had seen Tian Shui Great World Deity before. Apotheosis failed. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Most importantly, before world deity Tian Shui Great Boundary Deity went to become a god, she made a bet with revered Snow to forge a divine weapon together. Whoever loses will become the other party's slave. However, world deity Tian Shui failed to become a god, causing her to lose in the end. That's why she ended up like this. It wouldn't be good for us to help Tian Shui Great World Deity. And you? You're added from the side. It seems that this so-called revered Snow should have some grievances with world deity Tian Shui Great World Deity. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling nodded his head. Generally speaking, world spiritists who were both God Miao's true inheritance wouldn't force others into a dead end. Brother Ling, why don't we? Suddenly, Yu looked at Lin Ling with pleading eyes. Lin Ling, although Princess Tian has harmed you many times, I could sense that Princess Tian was very worried about you when you went to the 9-layer mountain. Furthermore, World Deity Tian Shui Great World Deity gave you divine spring water. So, why don't you help them? And Yue added. That can't be. Princess Tian wanted me dead many times. She's worried about me? Furthermore, although World Deity Tian Shui Great World Deity gave me divine spring water, I also gave her quite a bit of reward. Lin Ling looked at Yu and the others in shock. Brother Ling, don't be so stingy. Yu immediately pulled Lin Ling's arm and said coquettishly. I'm scared of you guys. Since his wives all spoke, Lin Ling didn't want them to be unhappy. So, he brought Yu and the others and walked forward. At that moment, World Deity Tian Shui Great World Deity was leading her horse forward with Princess Tian and the others. Naturally, she could sense the mocking gazes from all around. This caused her to bite her lips tightly. In the past, how glorious and awe-inspiring was she? In the entire 9 provinces, the number of people who didn't give her face could be counted with one's fingers. Chapter 4277. The treatment that was as different as heaven and earth was undoubtedly hard for her to accept, as she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. So, she couldn't understand why she failed to become a god. Forget about the failure. Why did her soul power and memory be sealed? Now that she had lost the bet with Shui Zun, she naturally knew that the skinny old man would not let her go. If she had not agreed before the bet that she would be a slave but would not sell her everything, she would have to accompany the skinny old man. Thinking of accompanying the skinny old man, she even had the heart to die. After all, she and revered Snow were not on good terms from the beginning. We are both true disciples of God Miao. Why do we have to force each other to death? At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Then, the voice stopped in front of the palace. There were a total of 4 people and they were fighting quietly. Naturally, they were imposing. They actually made the 49 snow horses stop in their tracks. They looked extremely obedient. The sudden change made Tian Shui Great Boundary God, Princess Tian and the others look up. There were 4 people standing in front of them. The leader was a handsome young man. He wore a blue and white robe and his long hair was tied behind his head. He looked calm but there was an aura of a superior. It's him. Tian Shui Great Boundary God quivered. Lin Ling. Princess Tian's eyes dilated. Almost at the same time, they had complicated thoughts in their minds. But more than that, they felt inferior and they felt ashamed. Because they didn't know why, they didn't want Lin Ling to see them in such dire straits. It's Lin Ling. Of course, not only them, even Longya who was next to them looked pale and his eyes were complicated. Back then, in Miao Shen's true inheritance, he had looked down on Lin Ling. He had thought Lin Ling was a crude barbarian, while he was a noble world spiritist. However, looking at it now, Lin Ling was clearly nobler than him, while he was only a horse driver. Lin Ling, you're here to laugh at us, right? If so, please laugh. Tian Shui Great Boundary God clenched her teeth and suddenly said. Seeing someone blocking their way, the young man called Jiu Tian was originally unhappy. But after hearing what Tian Shui Great Boundary God said, he laughed. It turned out that he was here to laugh at them. Great. So, he didn't stop Lin Ling. No, I'm here to help you. Lin Ling looked at Tian Shui Great Boundary God indifferently. We don't need your help. You can leave. Tian Shui the World God was once a supreme dragon inscription gown. How could he swallow his pride? Originally, I didn't plan to help, but my wife insisted. So, I had no choice but to help. Of course, if you think it's humiliating, you can repay me with something after it's over. That way, we won't owe each other anything. Lin Ling continued. His words made World Deity Tian Shui clench her teeth, and she was at a loss for words. Because Lin Ling didn't plan to help them. It was only a transaction. That way, Tian Shui Great Boundary God and the others felt that their dignity was preserved. Give me some face and let them go. How about it? Lin Ling looked at the gorgeous palace and said, What? You're not here to laugh at them but to save them? What kind of joke are you making? The young man called Jiu Tian was stunned. Then, he said furiously, Who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified to kill them? He waved the whip in his hand as if he was giving an order. However, at the same time as he waved the whip, many boundary seals appeared. The snowy Pegasi's eyes turned red and they seemed to go crazy. Obviously, the snowy Pegasi were controlled by the boundary seals. Now that the order was given, they immediately charged towards Lin Ling. The originally beautiful snowy Pegasi suddenly became malevolent and ferocious. They doubled in size and were incomparably ferocious. Let's see if you're still alive. Once the boundary seals are released, unless it's a god, no one can stop the crazy snowy Pegasi. And the crazy snowy Pegasi, any martial god would have to avoid them. Jiao Tian sneered and revealed an expression of, "You dare to spoil my good thing. You know how to write regret." Rumble. The crazy snowy Pegasi charged out from behind the palace. They were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling and the others. "Lin Ling, be careful," Princess Tian shouted anxiously. Although she saw that Lin Ling's strength was very strong last time in Heaven Pass City, the snowy Pegasi were no small matter. They possessed jade bones. The jade bones were a type of divine embryo. In addition, there were so many of them. Who in the martial god realm could stop them? However, Lin Ling didn't care about her shout. His eyes coldly looked forward. He didn't have any intention of retreating. This made people cry out in surprise. They thought that the young man was stupid. Stop! But at this moment, Lin Ling finally let out a stern shout. His voice was like thunder, forming an invisible aura that intimidated everyone. Everyone felt a strong gust of wind blowing against their faces, blowing their long hair, and a sense of fear rose in their hearts. Lulu. The snow Pegasus horses that were previously in a frenzy all raised their front hooves and stomped down heavily. Then they all stopped. The horses were breathing heavily, but the madness in their eyes had quietly disappeared. They revealed a look of reverence and obedience. One of the snowy Pegasi was closest to Lin Ling. It was so close that Lin Ling could reach out and touch it. "You guys go back." Being trapped by someone, this is not a snowy Pegasi that yearns for freedom. Lin Ling gently stroked the horse. Under his words, the horse let out a neigh and then ran in another direction. Behind it, a large number of snowy Pegasi galloped in the void. From afar, it looked like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky. It was very beautiful. "Where are you guys going? Get back here." Seeing the snowy Pegasi running away, Jiao Tian was furious. He kept casting barriers in an attempt to control the snowy Pegasi. However, there was no response. He could only watch as the snowy Pegasi ran further and further away before finally disappearing. How would he know that Lin Ling's shout earlier, which was mixed with a terrifying soul power, easily destroyed the sealing barrier in the snowy Pegasi's body? "You're courting death. You actually let my horse go." After Jiao Tian was furious, he immediately looked at Lin Ling. The whip in his hand fiercely lashed towards Lin Ling. However, it was easily received by Lin Ling. Moreover, in his palm, a strong force was reflected back, immediately causing Jiao Tian to vomit blood and retreat. Moreover, the whip in his hand also turned into powder. "Originally, I wanted to see what I could use to buy Heavenly Snow Great World God and the others. However, it's a pity that you attacked me. With such a rude action, you only have two choices. 1, you die. 2, you live. However, I want to bring Heavenly Snow Great World God and the others away." Throwing away the powder in his hand, Lin Ling said indifferently. "What?" Jiao Tian's pupils dilated. He only lashed his whip once and the blue-robed young man wanted his life? Chapter 4278. Bullshit, who do you think you are? I, Jiao Tian, have lived for so long and this is the first time I've met someone who wants my life with a whip. My life is right here. Let's see what qualifications you have to take it." Jiao Tian shouted coldly. Then, not only did he not want to give his life, he wanted to take the life of the blue-robed young man. Moreover, the ladies beside the blue-robed young man were very beautiful. Then, he would take them all and bring them back to be maids. "Jiao Tian, don't be rude." However, at that moment, an old voice came from the palace that had been silent. Then, the voice said with dignity, Little friend, if you really want to protect them, be careful not to take a wrong step. Thank you for your advice, but when I do things, right or wrong isn't important. What's important is whether I've decided to do it or not. Now I've decided. Lin Ling looked at the luxurious palace and said calmly, "You want Jiao Tian's life to exchange for Tian Shui and the others? Do you think you're qualified to do it?" Silence. The palace was silent for a moment. Suddenly, a voice came again. "That's right, what qualifications do you have?" Silence. Jiao Tian, who had the support of the great world spirit god Shuezun, was also in high spirits as he pointed at Lin Ling and scolded. "Do you know who my teacher is? If I tell you, you'll be scared to death." Silence. "He's the supreme dragon mark robe of Miao Shen's true teachings. Do you know what a dragon mark is? You country boy, you're a frog at the bottom of the well, ignorant." Silence. "In front of the supreme dragon mark robe, you're just a fart." Jiao Tian spat out his saliva. He was really humiliated by Lin Ling before. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at Jiao Tian as if he was looking at a clown. However, his smile made people think that Lin Ling was afraid. After all, in front of the supreme dragon mark robe, as long as one had common sense, they would know that they couldn't afford to offend him. Moreover, in front of the supreme dragon mark robe, you're just a fart. Jiao Tian said. However, at that moment, a large number of figures came from afar. Their auras were rolling and they surrounded the void tightly. What happened? Many people no longer had the time to laugh at Lin Ling. They looked around in surprise. What terrified them was that this group of experts had monstrous strength. They were people who could shake the entire void of the 9 prefectures with a single move. It's the Godslayer Alliance. When someone caught sight of the leader of the ancient demons, they finally reacted. Moreover, all the leaders of the Godslayer Alliance have come. Heavens, this is a rare sight. The others also looked around, and when those mighty figures got closer and closer, their hearts skipped a beat. The Godslayer Alliance was now a colossus in the 9 prefectures void. For the past 100 years, all the battles in the 9 prefectures void were related to them. Moreover, they had a lot of leaders. It was said that the number of leaders had reached more than 100. However, these leaders rarely gathered together. Being able to see all the leaders at once was a dream. Godslayer Alliance. Jiao Tian's legs went soft, and he started to panic. Although the true disciples of God Miao had an unsurpassable status in the 9 prefectures, not everyone would give them face. The Godslayer Alliance was one of them. Moreover, he had heard that the members of the Godslayer Alliance were a bunch of lunatics. Moreover, their leader was rumored to be a follower of a deity. He was arrogant and had a strong background. Now the entire Godslayer Alliance had arrived. What were they going to do? For a moment, the scene was very quiet. People did not even dare to breathe loudly. They could only watch as the Godslayer Alliance arrived. I am his qualification. After the people of God Miao's true disciples were tightly surrounded, a man walked out in a domineering manner. His qualification? Jiao Tian could not help but point at Lin Ling and then at the Godslayer Alliance. He had no idea what the relationship between Lin Ling and the Godslayer Alliance was. In his confusion, he subconsciously asked, You, who are you? Martial God Digu, one of the 12 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures. The man said indifferently, The 12 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures? Aren't they the 10 great martial gods? Idiot, after yesterday's battle in the Yellow Sea, the number of martial gods has increased to 12. Your information is too outdated. Ah, then this martial god Digu is one of the 12 martial god kings. People exclaimed repeatedly. They had never imagined that they would be able to see such a legendary figure. I am the ancient martial god, one of the 12 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. I am also his qualification. At this moment, young Master Yao also walked out and said indifferently, Another one of the 12 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. People's astonishment could be said to be one wave after another. I am the unrestrained sword martial god. I am also his qualification. However, another person walked out, causing people to explode with surprise. They looked at Jiao Tian again. He quietly stepped back, his hand holding the palace as his arm trembled. I am the martial god Qingning. I am also his qualification. I am a Yuan venerate martial god. I am also his qualification. Powerhouses walked out one after another. Each of them was a figure who could shake the 9 prefectures and had absolute authority in the void. And these people were actually the qualification of the blue-robed young man. Who was that young man? This is a misunderstanding. You are all his qualification. I don't know who he is. Jiao Tian's body continued to tremble, and he couldn't even stand steadily. That blue-robed young man was so arrogant because his connections were so strong. He really didn't know where he got the means to curry favor with so many powerhouses. However, he was a true disciple of God Miao and had countless treasures. If that young man could curry favor with these powerhouses, perhaps he could do the same. Jiao Tian's imagination ran wild and he suddenly became excited. If he could curry favor with the God-Slayer Alliance, TSK, just thinking about it made him feel impressive. Who would dare to provoke him in the 9 prefectures? Thinking of this, Jiao Tian looked at the crowd with excitement in his eyes. Who is he? He is our great leader. However, at this moment, Indra spoke again calmly. That's right, he is our great leader. Young Master Yao also nodded. It doesn't matter. Regardless of whether he is a great leader or a little leader, I feel that there is no such thing as hatred or love for no reason in this world. Sometimes, benefits are the most important thing. Therefore, great leaders, let's talk about benefits. Jiao Tian spoke frankly with assurance. However, halfway through his speech, he suddenly blinked and even his nose was running. His nose also flowed out and hung for an inch. He said apprehensively, "He is the great leader?" Clearly, he had finally reacted and knew what a great leader represented. The God-Slayer Alliance nodded in unison. The legendary great leader of your God-Slayer Alliance? Jiao Tian asked again. If he hadn't held onto the palace, he would have already slid to the ground. The God-Slayer Alliance nodded again. Bang. Chapter 4279. Damn it, the person he met was actually Lin Ling? Of course, he wasn't the only one who was shocked. The surrounding warriors were also shocked. That was because the battle in the Yellow Sea that shook the entire 9 prefectures happened just yesterday. And today, they met this legendary character. He's Lin Ling. Wow, so young. So this is what the legendary character looks like. I wonder if he'll feel any pressure after leading so many experts from the God Extermination Alliance. I thought that meeting revered Snow World deity today was already an extremely lucky thing. In the end, I even met the legendary son of demon, Lin Ling. Following that, the crowd shouted excitedly. That was because it wasn't easy to meet a legendary character. Since when did Lin Ling become so famous? The clamor caused Tian Shui World deity to frown. She had been trapped all this while, so she didn't know that Lin Ling's reputation was like the sun in midday. When she saw how excited the crowd was and how Jiao Tian was so scared that his nose was running, all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. Beside her, Princess Din felt the same. When she met Lin Ling in Heaven Pass City previously, Lin Ling didn't seem to be welcomed. And now, he was extremely popular. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration and reverence. Senior Lin Ling, I'm your follower. Your battle, your steps, I've recorded everything. I've always admired you. Can you give me an autograph? It was so exaggerated that someone blushed and asked. However, this request was stopped by the people from the God Extermination Alliance. Furthermore, if there weren't people from the God Extermination Alliance here, this place would have been in chaos. You're Lin Ling? In the palace that had been silent all this while, a cry of surprise sounded. It was revered Snow World deity. Then, the palace was opened and a skinny old man rushed out. His eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. He obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to appear here. He also didn't expect that Lin Ling would appear for Tian Shui World deity. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. He could also feel that the old man's soul force was not weak. Tian Shui, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You actually know Lin Ling. The old man suddenly clenched his teeth and did not dare to say anything to Lin Ling. Instead, he looked at Tian Shui furiously. It could be seen that the grudge between him and great universe god Tian Shui was not small. Especially when he saw that great universe god Tian Shui knew a big shot like Lin Ling, he was extremely jealous. Senior Snow, I know you're angry, but the angrier you are, the happier I am. Seeing that, Tian Shui Great World Deity suddenly smiled and felt indescribably carefree. She had never imagined that one day, she would actually use Lin Ling to suppress her opponent. Fine. I admit that I underestimated you. However, if you want to leave and I don't agree, no one can plead for you. The old man humphed coldly. Then, he looked at Lin Ling without restraint. His meaning was obvious. I won't let him go. What can you do? Don't tell me you dare to provoke God Miao's true disciple. You really don't want face. Seeing that, Lin Ling sneered. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at Jiao Tian. Swoosh! A sword mark appeared on Jiao Tian's neck. He pointed at Lin Ling and wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything and died. Killed with one slash. Moreover, he killed God Miao's true disciple's golden rune supreme robe right in front of them. Lin Ling, you're crazy. Senior Snow obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so daring. He contradicted me. I said before that I must kill him. Lin Ling held his sword and said coldly. You're too overbearing. He only waved his whip at you and you actually killed him. Do you really think you're a god? Senior Snow was even more furious. However, he also knew that a great character like Lin Ling was temperamental. He didn't need any excuse to take someone's life. After all, experts all had dignity. How could an expert be provoked by an ant? So, Senior Snow clenched his teeth and said, Let me tell you. You killed my disciple. I will not let Heavenly Snow Great World Boundary God and the others go. Moreover, just you wait. I will inform our Purple Rune Supreme Robe about this. He will definitely report this to Lei Gong and punish you. There was only one Purple Rune Supreme Robe in the entire 9 provinces. He was the strongest world boundary master in God Miao's true disciples. Even the 4 gods had to give him face. However, would Lin Ling be afraid of the Purple Rune Supreme Robe? Very good. With your threat, this is equivalent to provoking me. Then, as the price, I will take Heavenly Snow Great World Boundary God and the others away. Lin Ling sneered and said in a domineering manner. Lin Ling's words shocked everyone. Lin Ling wanted to take Shui Zun away unconditionally just because of a threat from Shui Zun. This was indeed domineering and unreasonable. In your dreams, do you think I'm an idiot? Senior Snow was clearly angered silly. He thought that he was already very domineering. However, compared to Lin Ling was the one who was truly domineering and unreasonable. Scolding me? Another crime? However, who knew that Lin Ling's smile became even more brilliant and he slashed with his sword. Great heavenly horn! Senior Snow's expression changed when he saw that. A purple conch appeared in his hand and he waved it in the air. The sound of a tsunami could be heard and endless seawater gushed out from the conch shell. This was the water from the divine realm. One must know that the pressure from the divine realm was very great. The strength of the powerful warriors in the 9 provinces would be suppressed in the divine realm. Thus, the water from the divine realm was naturally no small matter. To some ordinary martial artists, even a drop of this liquid was a rare heavenly treasure. Shio. However, Lin Ling's sword did not stop. Splitting the water and breaking the sea, it slashed on the purple conch shell and the shell exploded. Ah! The wrinkles on Senior Snow's old face increased and he let out a strange cry. He did not care about the treasure and immediately rushed into the palace. Lin Ling, you're dead. You're dead. Today, not only will I not let them go, when I return, I will send all of them to hell and let them suffer the 9 times 9 law calamity. Originally, they were just humiliated. They did not have to suffer such calamity. It's all because of you. After hiding in the palace, Senior Snow let out a crazy voice. This Senior World Spirit God Snow is crazy. Everyone was shocked by Senior Snow's attitude. How was he a senior world spirit god? He was simply a crazy old man. Clang. Lin Ling's face was expressionless, but the sword in his hand continued to slash out, landing on the magnificent palace. There were only rumbling sounds, but the palace remained unscathed. One must know that Lin Ling's sword could easily slash through 10,000 realms. From this, one could see how powerful the flying snow palace was. So hard. Sakura and the others were shocked. They then attacked one after another and bombarded the palace. Rumble. Chapter 4280. Ah, Lin Ling, aren't you very capable? Why are you so helpless? Come and touch me. Damn it, if you can't break my flying snow palace, you, Lin Ling, should just go home and plant sweet potatoes. Why bother being a trial taker, great leader? Don't you want to take Sky Snow Great World Deity and the others away? Try taking them away. Let me tell you, as long as they leave my range of 1,000 miles, they will all die. I have planted an enslavement enchantment in their bodies. In this world, other than me, no one can break it. Kneel down and beg me. Maybe I'm in a good mood and will be merciful enough to give you one person. Shuezun's arrogant voice could be heard from the palace. He was even more pleased with himself. This palace is great. Where I am now is a land of peach blossoms. With a pot of wine and the fragrance of peach blossoms, life is so happy. Above the palace, a layer of 5-colored clouds floated out and formed a portrait. A short and skinny old man was strolling in a peach blossom forest with a cup of wine in his hand. His face was full of enjoyment, and his face was calm and relaxed. How arrogant! Seeing this, young Monster Master and the others were furious. Shuezun was obviously using the palace's defense to be arrogant in front of them. Then, they couldn't help but attack with all their might. However, under their full strength, the palace still didn't move. Instead, a leisurely poem came out from the palace. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove, Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and broke the branches to pay for wine. It was Shuezun's voice. This old man was extremely arrogant. This made young Monster Master and the others work even harder. However, in the end, they were all exhausted, but the palace still didn't fall. So powerful! Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Looking at the palace again, Shuezun's voice floated out again. Moreover, it was still the same poem. This old man would probably only know this poem once in his life. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove, Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and broke the branches to pay for wine. Young Monster Master and the others were so angry that their eyes turned red. Ever since their God Slayer alliance established themselves in the 9 states, they had never suffered such a great loss. Again! Sakura activated the divine embryo and erupted with all his strength. Big brother, there's no need. However, Lin Ling stopped them. Second brother, are you going to let him be so arrogant? If we can't even deal with an old man today, our God Slayer alliance will become a laughingstock. Sakura said unwillingly. Brother Ling, if we don't deal with that palace, Princess Tien and the others won't be able to escape. Yu also thought that Lin Ling was going to give up. Ordinary realm essence and divine power are useless against the palace, because the palace can push the boat with the current. At least 80% of the attacks were pushed away by the divine water and disappeared into the distance. The palace only withstood 20% of the attacks, and with its powerful defense, the 20% of the attacks were naturally blocked by the divine water. It's no longer working. Lin Ling patted Yuyu's hand and explained. It's too heaven-defying. However, is there really no other way? Sakura said angrily. He saw that the Peach Blossom poem was still coming out of the palace. Damn it, when will that old man stop being so arrogant? That's not necessarily true. At that moment, Lin Ling smiled mysteriously and walked forward slowly. Previously, in the Kingdom of Eternity, he had opened 2 divine inheritance treasures consecutively, and one of them had the supreme path. This was the path of forging from the Age of Gods. Lin Ling had been studying it for a while, and with the help of Lin Ling's powerful soul power, he was now very familiar with it. Therefore, Lin Ling could see through the enchantment of the flying snow palace at a glance. It had to be said that this treasure's forging method came from the Age of Gods. In the current 9 states, there were probably no more than 3 people who could forge such a treasure. Its grade had reached the 10th grade of innate divine artifact. Furthermore, if some enchantments were added, its grade would definitely exceed that of a divine artifact. Although my strength has increased by leaps and bounds, there are still many people with strange abilities in the Age of Gods. Although their strength isn't high, their methods are extraordinary. Therefore, sometimes, unless you have twice the strength, you still can't be invincible. As Lin Ling walked forward, he thought to himself. After a while, he stopped not far away from the palace. However, the poem was still coming out of the palace. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove, Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and broke the branches as wine money. Looking at revered snow, this old man was drinking wine and looking up at the sky, revealing an expression of loneliness when he was invincible. This was arrogance to the extreme. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly and his powerful soul power spread out. He had 2 ways to break it. First, the step of wisdom. Once this move was used, the palace would lose its power in a short period of time and would be completely sealed. Second, break the enchantments and break the palace. Lin Ling obviously chose the second method because he was very interested in the palace. If his grandfather and the others used it, no one below the martial god realm would be able to break it. From Lin Ling's body, an auspicious wind spread out. It was his soul power. Wherever the spiritual strength passed, the space that had been shattered by the powerful attack was quietly recovering. Moreover, the people in the distance felt an incomparably comfortable feeling, causing them to feel drowsy, as if they could not wait to sleep here forever. Looking at Lin Ling again, at this moment he was gently waving his hands. Looking from afar, Lin Ling's movements were very light and even seemed like he was waving his hands. However, everything was so pleasing to the eye, as if he had merged with the void. No one knew that in a short period of time, Lin Ling had already waved out 1 trillion enchantments. With his soul power and the most high paths enchantments, he could indeed do this. One must know that not only was Lin Ling studying enchantments, but even Li Xiaoyao in his previous life was also studying enchantments. His foundation was incomparably solid. One enchantment after another fell on the palace, causing it to tremble slightly. However, compared to the attacks of Sakura and the others, the tremors were undoubtedly very weak. Therefore, no one noticed it at all. Time passed quietly just like that. What's second brother doing? The people of the God-Slayer Alliance were confused. Yu and the others also frowned. However, at this moment, Lin Ling began to walk toward the palace. Then, he reached out his hand and actually opened the door of the palace. What the fuck? The people in the distance were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. After all, they also knew that treasures had the power to recognize their owners, especially powerful treasures like the palace. Unless the owner agreed, ordinary people couldn't touch the treasures. But now, Lin Ling actually opened the door of the palace, and it was as if he was opening his own door. Chapter 4281. Bang! All of a sudden, a fist came and smashed Reverend Shue's wine pot. Reverend Shue was shocked. He turned his head and saw a fist that smashed his nose. He fell to the ground and looked as if he had seen a ghost. You, how did you get in? He looked like he was scared out of his wits. The blue-robed man was standing in front of him with one hand behind his back and a smile on his face. He was Lin Ling. He smiled and said, "Of course I walked in." Honored Shue almost fainted. He knew that Lin Ling walked in, but how did Lin Ling walk in? Why didn't the palace stop Lin Ling? This palace belongs to me. Lin Ling ignored Honored Shue's dumbfounded look. He looked around the palace and nodded in satisfaction. Bullshit. Hearing this, the snow-honored cultivator was infuriated. This palace was the result of his lifetime of hard work and treasures. Bang. Unfortunately, facing Lin Ling, Honored Shue had no choice but to accept. Lin Ling had already kicked him hard in the face, breaking his teeth. Peach blossoms? I like plum blossoms. plum blossoms are prouder. Lin Ling looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. As he spoke, the peach blossoms around him started to wither. The winter snow came and the plum blossoms bloomed. They were not afraid of winter. How did you control my flying snow Lien heavenly palace? Revered Snow roared in shock because the peach blossom withered and the plum blossom blossomed. This already proved that Lin Ling could truly control the flying snow Lien heavenly palace. Flying snow palace? It doesn't sound nice. Let's call it Snow Palace. Lin Ling ignored Honored Shui. He touched his chin and walked out of the palace without waiting for Honored Shui's resistance. Bang! When Honored Shui was thrown out, everyone was shocked. Honored Shui was so arrogant. He drank wine, enjoyed the peach blossoms, and recited poems. Now, he was beaten like a dog and thrown out of the palace. The difference in treatment made everyone laugh. Go on, why aren't you reading anymore? Sakura and the rest laughed loudly as they rubbed their hands and walked towards Revered Snow step by step. That sneer undoubtedly scared Revered Snow. He said nervously, "You can't touch me. I'm the dragon-patterned revered robe of Miao Shen's true inheritance." After that, he suddenly thought of something and immediately roared complacently, "Lin Ling, if you dare to touch me, I will make Tian Shui Great World Deity and the others die." Try touching me. Obviously, he thought of the enslavement spirit formation in Tian Shui Great World Deity's body. Big Brother, beat him like a dog. However, Lin Ling sneered, not the slightest bit afraid. "You're crazy." Fine. You want to fight to the death? I'll fight you to the death." Revered Snow was hysterical. He controlled the enslavement barrier and wanted Tian Shui Great World Deity and the others to die in front of him. Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. He activated the barrier and pointed at Tian Shui World Deity. He was also looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's regretful expression. However, Tian Shui World Deity stood afar, safe and sound. She even blinked her eyes and looked at him. What's going on? Why isn't there any effect? Revered Snow was tongue-tied. His snot was also hanging out. It was an inch long. How would he know that when Sakura and the rest were attacking the palace, Lin Ling was already breaking the enslavement spirit formation? With his level, it was naturally not difficult for him. Weren't there peach blossoms before? Why aren't there any peach blossoms? When Revered Snow's snot was hanging out, there were already many figures in front of him. They surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. All of them were rubbing their fists. "I'll let you have peach blossoms." Sakura took the lead and kicked Revered Snow's nose until it bled. Then, everyone surrounded and beat Revered Snow until the old man cried out in pain. "Lin Ling, thank you." Tian Shui Great World Deity looked at Lin Ling gratefully. "It's just a small matter." Lin Ling waved his hand casually. After pondering for a while, he suddenly pointed at Tian Shui Great World Deity. When he did that, Tian Shui Great World Deity was shocked. However, when she thought about how Lin Ling really wanted to harm her, there was no need for him to help her. Hence, she did not resist. Almost at the same time, Tian Shui Great World Deity felt a splitting headache. A mysterious power surged into her body. It was so domineering that it destroyed everything, causing her to groan. Seeing that, Princess Tian and the rest were worried. Long Ye suddenly gritted his teeth. "Lin Ling, that's enough. Previously, I was still thanking you for saving us. So, you are actually the same as Revered Snow. Both of you want to humiliate our teacher. It's just that you want to humiliate her personally." Long Ya. However, just as Lin Ling finished his words, Tian Shui Great World Deity recovered. She looked at Lin Ling with a red face. After pondering for a while, she immediately bowed towards Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling had used his soul power to forcefully recover her soul power. Although she did not recover to her peak, she had recovered at least 40% of her soul power. Most importantly, Lin Ling had left behind many profound spirit forging techniques in her soul. Such forging techniques did not exist in the entire land of the 9 provinces. Lin Ling had obviously given her hope to live on. No matter. It's fate that we met. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Then he brought Yu and the rest and left. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Tian Shui Great World Deity's heart was filled with excitement. In the end, she bowed again. After experiencing Lin Ling's pointers, from a certain perspective, Lin Ling could be considered half of her teacher. Furthermore, Lin Ling had saved her and she had yet to repay him. Now, she owed Lin Ling another favor. Teach her this? Longya was still confused. He couldn't help but look at Tian Shui Great World Deity and ask. He can be considered half of my teacher now. Tian Shui Great World Deity sighed and explained the entire matter. Longya was so frightened that the corner of his mouth trembled. Then, he looked at the back of the departing figure and bowed deeply. Because he knew very well that if his teacher recovered her soul power, she would definitely become a world deity again. Everything that she had lost before would be regained. So powerful. He actually used his soul power to open Master's sealed soul power. Furthermore, he used his soul power to impart skills. Lin Ling's soul power has most likely reached a very high limit. Princess Tian also looked afar with admiration. Then, she said curiously, Teacher, he used his soul power to touch your spirit. Wasn't this a form of spiritual communication? I've heard that soul communication is even more profound than body communication. Hearing that, Tian Shui Great World Deity's face turned red. Previously, when Lin Ling used a tyrannical method to charge into her body, it was indeed very painful. However, after that, it was an indescribable feeling of joy. She never would have thought that the first time she had such a feeling in her life would actually be from Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling brought Yu and the rest back to the final world. Then, a palace appeared in Lin Ling's hand and he placed it in the courtyard. Furthermore, he imparted the method to control the palace to Yu and the rest with his soul power. With that, unless a god brought them here, grandfather and the rest would be safe and sound even if they were to hide in the palace. After doing that, Lin Ling looked to the sky and finally opened the road to seeing gods. Giant Ghost, we should go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Chapter 4282. After a long time, Lin Ling arrived at Lei Gong's hall. Sensing Lin Ling's arrival, Lei Gong personally came out to welcome him. Beside him were the divine generals and divine paladins. Lin Ling, you're back. Xingyi saw Lin Ling from afar and immediately smiled. I'm back. Lin Ling nodded with a smile and walked towards Lei Gong. Lei Gong sized up Lin Ling and suddenly felt that Lin Ling's strength seemed to have improved again. However, he wasn't too sure and said, Currently, the other gods are all here. You're the only one left. Yes, because the other gods have been waiting for you for a long time. They also asked Lord Lei Gong to inform you to come back. However, Lord Lei Gong refused and said that you will definitely return in a month's time. Therefore, the other gods could only wait helplessly. Xingyi said. He was very clear that if Lin Ling was an ordinary person, the other trial takers would have already acted out. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was one of the 8 new gods. Therefore, even if those impatient people were in a bad mood, they wouldn't dare to do anything. The purpose of this trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace is to find the records of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. There are records of the world wills there. Therefore, we hope to find a new world will host. Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. Currently, he knew that the world wills were Xiaoluan, the one imprisoned by the Dragon Clan, and the one he found in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. In addition to the great god of Spirit Kingdom, there were a total of 4 world wills. However, there were 10 world wills. This meant that there were still 6 world wills. 6 world wills had yet to surface. That record was incomparably crucial. Are you ready? If you are, then let's set off. After Lei Gong gave his instructions, he said to Lin Ling, During this trip, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xingyi. How about it? But Lin Ling nodded. Immediately, everyone flew into the distance. After an unknown period of time, they stopped. To Lin Ling's surprise, the place where they gathered was actually an ancient void. There were a large number of broken ruins, fragments of continents, and rotting buildings floating everywhere. A large number of figures were standing on top of these shattered fragments. Some were sitting cross-legged, while others were looking at their swords. Lei Gong is here. Suddenly, someone said faintly, causing the eyes of everyone in the void to light up. An ancient aura quietly permeated the air. This kind of momentum naturally had no effect on Lin Ling, but he was still secretly shocked by the hidden dragons and crouching tigers of the four great gods. This was because some of the people who appeared here this time had not appeared at Lei Gong's place. So this is Lin Ling. You're quite arrogant. We've been waiting for 10 days. A cold voice drifted over, causing Lin Ling to look over. He saw a one-eyed burly man wearing a black robe with a cape behind him. He was not weak at all. Lin Ling wondered which god he was. Everyone is here. Let's get ready to move. At this time, a voice also came over. On a broken island, a large green ox stood there, while an old man rode on top of it. He was none other than the Kurishin. Behind him were two people, Little South and Nyogu. These two were obviously the people who were going to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace this time. Get ready to move. The Titanic Crescent God and Eugene also came out one after another. They were the strongest people who competed for the spots last time. These experts were no match for Lin Ling, who was competing for first place. However, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He didn't know why, but he felt that these people were different from last time. On the surface, however, Lin Ling couldn't detect any difference. Open the teleportation array and go straight to the 7th floor. At this moment, the God of Thunder spoke in a dignified voice. He then transmitted a message to Lin Ling. Last time in the Eight Gods' celestial palace, the four gods finally reached the 7th floor. However, they did not complete the journey. This time, if you have the chance, rush to the 8th floor. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. He looked at the giant ghost on his shoulder and found that the latter was even more excited. Eight Gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling had been there many times. Last time, he reached the 5th floor. As for the 6th floor, Li Xiaoyao had been there before. As for the 7th floor, he had never been there before. However, Lin Ling had the map, so the 7th floor shouldn't be too difficult for Lin Ling. Rumble. Just as Lin Ling was thinking about it, a huge teleportation portal appeared in the void, and billowing energy emanated from it. Lin Ling, this trip won't be simple. You must be careful. Be careful. Xingyi whispered as he and Lin Ling walked side by side. He seemed to have noticed something. Lin Ling nodded. Although he sensed that Xingyi's strength hadn't recovered, he guessed that Lei Gong must have given him a life-saving treasure. Big brother Lin Ling, wait for me. Yes. In the distance, Nyogu and Little South also ran over. They had chosen to walk with Lin Ling. After all, they had fought side by side with Lin Ling in the God realm. They believed in Lin Ling's character. With this, Lin Ling had 4 people on his side. Apart from Xingyi, who was weaker, Little South and Nyogu were not to be underestimated. This made the other 6 people's eyes light up. Soon, the 10 of them arrived at the teleportation array. Looking at the brilliant light flowing around them, their expressions were complicated. Apart from Lin Ling, the others more or less knew about the danger of the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. Moreover, they had to be wary of the Spirit Nation. In the previous trip to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace, the 4 gods had encountered the people of the Spirit Nation. Bang, bang. After an unknown period of time, when the light of the teleportation array reached its limit, a ray of dazzling light bloomed. Then it finally shrunk. By the time they reacted, the teleportation array had disappeared. Inside the teleportation array, the 10 of them seemed to have traversed through the river of time. It seemed like an eternity, but it also seemed like an instant. After a long time, when they opened their eyes, a wild aura filled the air. The air was stuffy, so stuffy that it made them feel like they were about to explode. Looking carefully, there was an ancient forest in front of them. The trees were tall and towered into the clouds. In the air, there were whirlpools formed by air currents that kept spinning. It was very surprising. This is the 7th level of the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. The 10 of them appeared on top of a hill. Compared to the forest in the distance, they were as small as ants. It was as if they had come to the most ancient world. Although it wasn't their first time here, they roughly knew everything about the 7th level from the experts who came here last time. However, after seeing the 7th level with their own eyes, they were still shocked. Chapter 4283. The Ancient Era. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Why are we here? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. They were standing on a giant skeleton. It was unknown whether it was the skeleton of an elephant or some other kind of skeleton. This skeleton was incomparably huge. If one did not look carefully, they would have thought they were standing on a mountain. After that, everyone dispersed. After all, standing on top of a giant bone would make anyone unhappy. This skeleton is a little extraordinary. But just as they left, someone stared at the skeleton with shining eyes. The skeleton was very ancient, but it was as clear as jade. Moreover, one could faintly see divine light emanating from it. Last time, a trial challenger obtained many divine bones on the 7th floor. After leaving, he exchanged them for many treasures. Could this be that kind of divine bone? I heard that this kind of divine bone is countless years old. It's a treasure even older than the era of the gods. Someone's eyes burned with desire. It's mine. But someone else took the initiative to attack. Following that, the two people fought to the death, each of their moves fatal. It could be seen that in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, there were no restraints from the 4 gods. Everyone was unrestrained. Rumble. The two people's attacks were extremely powerful, but when they landed on the surrounding ancient trees, they only caused them to sway a little. Puchi. In the end, one person was seriously injured and spat out blood. The divine bone was taken by the other person. You've got guts. That person coldly snorted and left with his tail between his legs. He hid in the distance, not daring to be arrogant anymore. What an idiot. There are so many divine bones on the 7th floor. Why bother snatching them? At this time, a one-eyed burly man laughed disdainfully. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling and laughed. Xingyi, you trash actually have the face to come here. What a waste of food. Since you're going to die here sooner or later, why don't I send you on your way? After the burly man laughed, he walked towards Lin Ling. Without looking into the distance, he stretched out his hand and said, Bone, come. A black shadow shot out and landed in the hand of the expert who had obtained the divine bone before, sucking it over. With the divine bone in hand, countless shadows appeared around the burly man, forming a powerful force that smashed towards Xingyi. This sudden turn of events stunned Xingyi. Little South and the others were also very surprised. But at the critical moment, a sword appeared in front of Xingyi and blocked the bone with a boom. The one who appeared before Xingyi was Lin Ling. Now, he had also fused his innate talent to the first stage. Because he could tell that this tall and sturdy man wasn't weak at all, and he didn't seem like the person who competed for the slot last time. Lin Ling. The one-eyed man maintained his posture of smashing the bone down, but he also grinned. Your target is me, right? Why do you need to find excuses? Lin Ling said coldly with his giant sword in front of him. Previously, he had been puzzled as to why the man had suddenly gone crazy and attacked Xingyi the moment he entered. However, he soon guessed that the attack on Xingyi was fake, and the attack on Lin Ling was real. My name is Giant Shadow. The one-eyed man was still smiling, but his smile had turned colder, and his single eye had turned pitch black. A large number of shadows appeared behind him, and the shadows of the ancient trees and hills in the distance were all sucked in like ink into the man's back, increasing his strength. A 6th-grade divine fetus. Lin Ling instantly sensed the man's innate talent. Moreover, he was able to absorb the power of the shadows of heaven and earth. But where did this person come from? Why have I never seen him before? The others were also shocked. They couldn't understand how the one-eyed man had become so strong. Only Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally had a guess. During the Battle of the Yellow Sea, Black Crow Old Man was also like this. His body wasn't strong, but his methods were powerful. Thinking about it, this man called Giant Shadow was the same as Black Crow Old Man. He was a god from the divine realm who borrowed the body of another to revive. However, he didn't have any enmity with Giant Shadow. Could it be Luli Empress? Or Titanic Crescent God? In a short period of time, many thoughts flashed through Lin Ling's mind. However, at this time, the power in front of him became stronger. The power of divinity had reached almost 2,000 strands. very strong. If Giant Shadow was a trial taker, his strength would be at the level of a new god. However, it was obvious that his identity was a divine general, so he couldn't be a trial taker. Boom. Seeing this, Lin Ling's body exploded with a powerful aura. Stage 2 Innate Talent Fusion. Get lost. Stage 2 Innate Talent had 1,500 strands of power of divinity. In addition to the terrifying divine fetus and realm essence, it immediately pushed Giant Shadow back. However, when he looked at Giant Shadow again, he still had a maniacal smile on his face. There was no trace of fear. Kakaka. On the contrary, the huge divine bone let out a crisp sound. Then cracks appeared on it and finally it exploded. Boom. Countless broken bones shot to the ground, so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. Ha! The one-eyed man turned into a shadow and floated back, standing on the ground and laughing loudly. So strong. Everyone stared at the laughing one-eyed man, and the respect in their eyes became even stronger. After all, they knew how strong Lin Ling was. However, who would have thought that Giant Shadow, who didn't reveal his true strength, would be able to fight against Lin Ling? Giant Shadow, I told you that Lin Ling is not simple, but you didn't believe me. At this time, a man not far away spoke. This man was very short and thin, and he stood there wearing a large armor. He gave off a very strange feeling. It's Xiao Er. As for the man, everyone naturally recognized him. He was a trial taker of the Titanic Crescent God. However, he was usually very ordinary and didn't stand out. Hee, dragon, he is indeed very strong. Giant Shadow smiled and nodded, then walked towards the short armored man. One tall and one short, one thin and one strong, it was a very attractive combination. The short man had his hands behind his back, and he was still looking at Lin Ling with a strange light in his eyes. He didn't speak for a while, but for some reason, an invisible aura quietly spread out from his body. This aura was very terrifying, and it sounded like a roar, but no sound could be heard. It was extremely strange. How did Xiao Er become so strong? Noticing this, the people were even more surprised. Lin Ling, did you feel it? Giant Ghost, who was on Lin Ling's shoulder, asked softly. I felt it, but I wasn't sure at first. Now I'm a bit sure. Lin Ling nodded, but the surprise in his heart was even stronger. He wasn't surprised by the strength of the other party. After all, Lin Ling was confident that he could kill the other party in one move if he used his full strength. Instead, he was surprised to meet such a divine embryo body. A roar suddenly sounded. The short man was still standing, but his head changed, and it turned into a dragon head. Dragon! Chapter 4284. Lin Ling, you're a mixed bloodline. Don't tell me you don't plan to bow when you meet the pure bloodline of this dragon. At that moment, Xiao Er finally spoke. Dragon? That's right, he was a member of the dragon clan. The purest bloodline of the dragon god. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth also cracked. He had sensed it long ago. The dragon race also had a hierarchy. Back then, the ghost dragon god he encountered in the Rainbow World was a lowly existence among the dragon race. As for the elder he encountered in the Kaiyuan River, he was the most orthodox dragon god. He could unify the entire dragon race. Lin Ling also sensed the purest bloodline of the dragon god from the short man in front of him. Although Lin Ling had the purest bloodline of the dragon clan, he was only a member of the dragon clan and not a dragon god. Are all dragon gods this small? You're not even as tall as me and you have to raise your head to look at me. You should be the one bowing. Alright. Lin Ling put away his thoughts and said with a smile. He looked at Xiao Er with contempt. Hearing that, Xiao Er also smiled, but his smile was very hideous. Because he was not tall, he indeed had to look up at Lin Ling. However, as the Dragon Clan's crown prince, how could he suffer such humiliation? Buzz buzz buzz. However, just as he was about to unleash his full strength, suddenly, an ear-piercing sound came from the forest. It grew louder and gradually became deafening. What's happening? It feels like it's moving very fast. Everyone frowned and looked at the ancient forest far away. They saw groups of black shadows flying out from the mountain like trees. they were mighty, and everywhere they passed, it was as if life was plunged into misery and suffering. Chirp chirp. A huge cicada the size of a cow flew out from a huge tree, but it let out a panicked cry. However, it was quickly drowned by the black shadows. With a smack, a cicada shell fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. The cicada had been sucked clean. Moreover, more and more huge insects flew out from the huge tree. Some escaped the devouring of the black shadows while others did not. However, without exception, as long as they were entangled by the black shadows, they could not escape death. Everyone was still standing where they were, watching the rhinoceros-sized insect fly over their heads. They were all dumbfounded. Little South, Sankey, hurry up and leave. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also cried out anxiously. From the giant ghost's introduction, he knew that those were world mosquitoes, and they were incredibly terrifying existences. Back in the age of the gods, even the gods would have to retreat. However, these world mosquitoes rarely gathered in swarms, and if hundreds of them gathered together, the gods would not be able to do anything. If he was afraid, he would grab them and use them to forge treasures. But now, there were more than just a few hundred of them, there were millions of them. Go! Little South had trained with Lin Ling before. She knew that if Lin Ling sounded anxious, things would be troublesome. Therefore, she took Saint Guy and fled as fast as they could. The others were still in a daze, but when one of them was completely devoured, they finally reacted and quickly chased in the direction of the Little South. The person who had been devoured was the one who had been injured while fighting for the divine bone. Look, Lin Ling and the others haven't left yet. As they fled, they looked back at the same time. They saw that outside the ancient forest, 3 figures were still standing there. They were like the peak of Mount Tai, unmoving. And they were Lin Ling, Xiao Er, and the giant shadow. This also shocked the crowd at Lin Ling and the others' courage. They were not afraid of those terrifying mosquitoes. The ferocious mosquito cloud spread out, devouring everything. However, the 3 of them were still as steady as Mount Tai in the storm. Outside their bodies, powerful auras burst forth, repelling all the world mosquitoes that rushed over. And they had already lost their sense of the world. They could only hear the endless buzzing of mosquitoes in their minds. Lin Ling, come and fight. Suddenly, a roar sounded. Xiao Er attacked, transforming into a black dragon god. He opened his mouth wide and roared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's heart thumped. His body exploded, and he transformed into a dragon. Lin Ling already had the ability to transform into a dragon. It was just that he was more used to fighting in his human form. In the billowing sea of world mosquitoes, the 2 dragons roared. It was as if they were playing with pearls, as if they were fighting for supremacy. Rumble! They overturned rivers and seas, sending all the world mosquitoes around them flying. It was terrifying. This Lin Ling is indeed very strong. The giant shadow had a serious expression. All along, he had thought that Lin Ling was only SO. No matter how famous he was among the 4 great gods, he did not care about him. But now, he finally knew how strong Lin Ling was. After all, not many among the 4 great gods could go head-to-head with Xiao Er. This title of new god is well-deserved. Finally, the giant shadow nodded. Rumble! And Lin Ling and Xiao Er's dragon battle gradually turned from dragon form to human form. Like giants, they fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Xiao Er, go all out. Lin Ling, go all out. For a moment, Xiao Er was suppressed by Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had too many tricks up his sleeve. Other than the 2nd stage of fusion, he also had the Bodhi Testimony Divine Technique, 8,000 Great Heavenly Flames, and the 4th stage of the Luai's true form, 1 Thunder 2 Flashes. And this was Lin Ling's strength without using the Step of Wisdom. Moreover, Lin Ling had been suppressing his trump card, which was the 3rd stage of fusion. Because this was reserved for Luli Empress. Look, those mosquitoes aren't rushing over. They're all surrounding Lin Ling and the rest. Far away, Little South and the rest stopped and looked at the battle in shock. Because the intensity of this battle was not inferior to the battle between Lin Ling and the Crown Prince. Buzz buzz buzz. And in the ancient forest, more and more world mosquitoes appeared, blotting out the sky. Lin Ling, you have to go because the number of world mosquitoes has reached 10 billion. If you stay any longer, you'll be in danger. At this moment, the giant ghost on Lin Ling's shoulder reminded him, because these are greedy mosquitoes that have been infected by the will of the 8 gods. They're stronger than ordinary world mosquitoes. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. The tyrannical song in his hand clashed with Xiao Air a few more times. He had no intention of leaving. Looking at the giant shadow again, he had been standing there all this time, but after seeing the rumbling mosquito swarm, he was clearly panicking. Dragon, I'll take my leave first. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned into a huge shadow and flowed along the ground like water, rushing out of the mosquito swarm. Even so, he was still swallowed up quite a bit. Specks of white light appeared in his shadow. Damn, why are these mosquitoes getting crazier? This also made the giant shadow curse angrily. As for Xiao Air, he was like an injured wolf. He floated in the air and looked angrily at Lin Ling. This was because he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand in the previous clash. Instead, he had been suppressed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, a branch dragon, humiliated him, the dragon god crown prince. In his opinion, Lin Ling was offending his superior. Chapter 4285. Bastard, why isn't this Lin Ling afraid? Could it be that he wants to die with me? I just came out from the Dragon Clan. I wanted to change the era and raise the prestige of the Dragon Clan, but who knew that the first opponent I met, Lin Ling, would make me lose face? I can't lose to him. Xiao Air kept roaring in his heart, but in the end he was afraid. He transformed into his dragon form and chased after the giant shadow. This escape undoubtedly left him with a huge shame, and it was also a shame that could not be erased. Stupid dragon! Seeing that Xiao Air had escaped, Lin Ling also sneered. Then, he did not plan to stay any longer and rushed forward crazily. However, the mosquito swarm had become incomparably huge. Even if they were very fast, it would take a lot of time to rush out of the mosquito swarm. On the distant land, Little South and the others were standing on giant trees. They used their magical powers and stared at the shocking dark clouds in the distance. Look, the giant shadow is rushing out. After a while, someone suddenly exclaimed. They saw a large shadow appear in the direction of their gaze. It then transformed into a person and immediately fled in a certain direction. This person was obviously the giant shadow. Behind him was Xiao Air. At this moment, although he had transformed into a dragon, his face was anxious and panicked, and he looked a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that Xiao Air would lose to Lin Ling. Someone immediately sighed. He knew that in the confrontation between Xiao Air and Lin Ling, Xiao Air had escaped first. However, Lin Ling is very likely to be dead. Someone else spoke. This made Little South and the others frown. They also stared into the distance. Almost at the same time, a monster finally rushed out from the distance. Its back was full of gorgeous tentacles, but its body was full of clanking potholes. It was bitten by the world mosquitoes. He was Lin Ling. Seeing this, Little South and the others clenched their fists in excitement. The others were terrified because they could not stay in the ferocious mosquito swarm for 15 minutes. However, not only did Lin Ling stay for an hour, he was still alive. However, just as Lin Ling was about to rush out of the mosquito swarm, a sudden change occurred. A woman in a black robe strangely appeared in front of Lin Ling. At the same time, she stretched out her palm and pointed it at Lin Ling from afar. On her palm, a dazzling light wave appeared. She had gathered 2,000 strands of divine power. Normally, this level of divine power would not be able to hurt Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was now that he was escaping from the world mosquito's encirclement. The situation was very urgent. It's her Nyan Wire. When Little South saw the woman, he was shocked. That was because the woman was a trial taker from Eugene. Her strength was also ordinary. Like Ju Ying, she did not reveal her strength. However, at that moment, she could erupt with 2,000 strands of divine power. That was too terrifying. Something's not right. The people who entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace this time do not seem to be the same people from before. Beside him, Niu Gu frowned. Previously, it was Zhu Ying and Xiao Er. Now it was Nian Wire. Everything was strange. Lin Ling, I'm sorry. At that moment, the woman floated in the air and said expressionlessly. After she finished speaking, her palm released a huge light wave that blasted toward Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling stopped rushing forward. He looked at the woman coldly and said, "Why? You don't need to know the reason." However, the woman shook her head. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. She looked as if she was doing something very normal. "Do you know that doing this will get you killed?" Lin Ling said coldly, allowing the mosquito swarm behind him to engulf him. Ha! Unfortunately, the woman roared with laughter. She seemed to be a delicate woman, yet her laughter was filled with heroic spirit. Of course, it carried a wisp of ridicule and disdain. Because as far as she was concerned, Lin Ling would definitely die if he was drowned by the swarm of mosquitoes. Kill me? What a joke! Buzz. Buzz. She did not even look behind her. However, everything was as she had guessed. The huge mosquito swarm had completely engulfed Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had to fight against the woman's divine power. This short period of time was enough for the world mosquitoes to arrive. "Brother Lin Ling." In the distance, Little South and the others shouted anxiously. However, just as Lin Ling was about to be engulfed, they saw Lin Ling say to them, "Go." What he meant was that he wanted them to leave first. "Brother Lin Ling." Little South's eyes were moist. However, he still followed Lin Ling's instructions and left with Xingyi and the others. At this moment, the huge shadow and Xiao Er appeared not far away. They looked at the mosquito swarm that was engulfed and their pupils constricted. In their eyes, the huge mosquito swarm was like a divine beast that opened its huge mouth and engulfed the heavens and the earth. These world mosquitoes, if placed in the land of the 9 states, would be engulfed by them. Unless the 4 great deities take action, who can subdue them? The huge shadow said anxiously. Xiao Er sneered. Instead, he looked at Nian Wire, who flew back and said indifferently, "This woman is so ruthless." She attacked at the crucial moment and took Lin Ling's life. It seems that father was right. No matter what era it is, strength is everything. However, sometimes, schemes can be used to defeat the strong, turning defeat into victory. "Let's go." Then, the two did not stay any longer and ran into the distance. At this moment, in the terrifying cloud of world mosquitoes, a figure kept retreating. The densely packed world mosquitoes flooded over at the same time. "Lin Ling, you must rush out of the world mosquitoes immediately because the world mosquitoes will emit sound waves that will interfere with your direction. If you are trapped inside, unless you are completely engulfed, you will never be able to get out." The huge ghost's voice sounded among the buzzing of mosquitoes, with a hint of anxiety. However, Lin Ling had already shot down from the sky and landed on the ground. With his hands behind his back, he said indifferently, "Mere world mosquitoes want to hurt me, Lin Ling." After he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying soul power erupted. It was like an endless wave that surged out in all directions. Crash! Wherever the soul power passed, a large number of world mosquitoes' soul power was forcefully shattered and fell to the ground like rain. This guy! The huge ghost witnessed this scene with its own eyes and was tongue-tied. It was obvious that Lin Ling's current strength had long exceeded its imagination. The 4,000 years of bitter cultivation back then was not in vain. Until now, Lin Ling had dominated the void of the 9 states. However, he had never used his full strength because there was no opponent that could make him use his full strength. "Step of wisdom," Lin Ling said softly. Like a brilliant heavenly power, a huge soul circle appeared around his body and protected him firmly. When the world mosquitoes came close, they were all sealed, or they were forcefully shocked to death. Just like that, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The direction he was heading in was obviously another direction. Chapter 4286. If Xiao Er and the giant shadow were here, they would definitely be scared pale. This was because Lin Ling clearly did not use his full strength in the battle with them. In fact, he did not even use 70% of his strength. As for Nian Wire, If she saw Lin Ling walking in the world mosquito cloud like it was his backyard, she would definitely regret her previous actions. Because that move of his had completely destroyed her path of survival. As time passed, the nearby world mosquito no longer dared to approach Lin Ling. They treated Lin Ling as a dead object and avoided him. Then, they turned into an ocean and flew into the distance. After a long time, Lin Ling's figure appeared on the ground. He put away the stare of wisdom and looked into the distance. Next, he took out the map of the 7th level of the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. Lei Gong told me to protect St. Guy. However, with Little South and Yoga around, St. Guy should not be in any danger. After all, their target is me. On the contrary, St. Guy will be in danger if he follows me. Now, I'll follow the map to find the records. Oh right, the giant ghost, you're here. Did you notice something on the 7th level? Yes. Lin Ling looked at the map and said to the giant ghost on his shoulder. I can sense that evil ghost is here too. Yes. The giant ghost floated up and looked into the distance. Then he said word by word. This is interesting. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling was not afraid. Instead, he revealed an expectant smile. Looking at the map in his hand, he realized that the map recorded that after passing through the ancient forest, they would reach another area. That seemed to be another core area of the 7th level. The central area was drawn in blood on the map, indicating the importance of this area. Last time, the 4 gods allowed people to enter the 7th level. However, they did not explore the entire area. Therefore, it is not certain that no one has been to the central area. After all, on the map, there is an underground palace on the other side. I think they went to that underground palace last time. Lin Ling guessed. Lin Ling, I have a feeling that evil ghost and the rest have gone to the 8th level. The giant ghost sensed and said, also, it has sensed my arrival. Then let's go to the central area. Lin Ling immediately moved in the direction indicated on the map. Crush. This ancient forest was very large. Lin Ling felt as if he was an ant as he walked. The ground was covered with fallen leaves the size of boats. Below these leaves, one could faintly see divine bones that were as white as jade. There are a lot of divine bones. Let's collect them first. Lin Ling summoned the evil ghost jellyfish and continuously moved the divine bones hidden underground. Soon after, his harvest also increased. In the end, he carried a huge elephant leg bone and majestically moved forward. However, the further they went, the quieter it became, and not even the sound of insects could be heard. This caused Lin Ling to feel a wisp of uneasiness. Lin Ling, something's not right. The giant ghost seemed to have sensed something as well, and its voice turned grave. Lin Ling nodded. This feeling is very oppressive, and even with my strength, I can feel it. I'm afraid there's an extremely terrifying existence in the depths. Why don't we leave this forest? The giant ghost immediately suggested. However, Lin Ling shook his head. This forest is very large and we've been walking for a long time. If we leave now, we'll waste a lot of time. Let's continue moving forward. Lin Ling immediately activated the 2nd stage of the fusion talent and wrapped his soul power around his body as he carefully moved forward. As he walked deeper, Lin Ling's heart felt even more oppressed. He felt as if he had returned to ancient times. Everything around him was so grand and ancient, and he felt so small. Suddenly, cries came from the front. These cries were very strange and made one's scalp tingle. Not good, there's a mysterious force coming. Lin Ling stopped and frowned. After hearing the cries, he didn't know why, but a wave of sadness rose in his heart. This sadness was like a tide, spreading to Lin Ling's entire soul. However, Lin Ling's soul power was too strong, so he only felt slightly uncomfortable and didn't feel any discomfort at all. Bodhi-proof divine technique. Lin Ling immediately recited the technique, and the Bodhi light appeared in his dantian, illuminating it and expelling the side effects of the cries. Let's continue moving forward. After a while, Lin Ling continued moving forward. Woo-woo. The more he moved forward, the louder the cries became. In the end, he could faintly see shadows floating among the mountain-like ancient trees. Woo-woo. Moreover, a shadow was shooting toward Lin Ling, and its speed had reached 100,000 world speed. Even among the four great gods, there were very few who could match such speed. A huge claw swept toward Lin Ling, and its strength was also terrifying. It had no physical strength, no world essence, and no divine energy, but it had the power of the divine steps. Clang. Lin Ling's expression changed, and he swept out the divine bone in his hand. However, when it collided with the claw, the divine bone instantly shattered, and a terrifying force pushed Lin Ling back, shocking him. One had to know that he had fused his innate talent to the second stage, and his world essence, divine energy, and physical strength had all reached new heights. However, he was still sent flying, which showed how powerful the mysterious thing was. Boom, boom. Many mountain-like ancient trees were pierced through by Lin Ling. Finally, Lin Ling stopped the terrifying momentum. Then, he looked down at his arm and saw that there were claw marks on it. A gray energy seemed to corrode his arm. What kind of monster is this? Lin Ling was shocked again. Lin Ling, this is bad, more and more shadows are coming. At this time, the giant ghost's voice rang out. At this moment, Lin Ling was leaning against a huge tree. The tree had a huge hole, so Lin Ling looked outside and saw that the gray shadows were like ghosts, shuttling back and forth, flying toward Lin Ling. Ooh. The scalp-numbing cries were getting louder and louder. It's grief. At this time, the giant ghost suddenly thought of something and shouted in a serious tone. What's grief? Lin Ling also noticed that the situation was getting more and more troublesome. One of the 7 emotions of the 8 gods, the immature form of grief. The giant ghost said word by word. If the giant ghost was one of the 7 emotions of the 8 gods, then these strange shadows were also one of them, representing grief. I'll help you. Help. Then, the giant ghost no longer hid its strength, and a wave of terrifying malice rushed into the sky, directly crushing the tree hole. Chapter 4287. Could it be that the old man looked like one of the 8 gods? Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the giant ghost again, only to see the giant ghost floating there, staring at the shadows. It was stunned and very excited. However, the shadows, which had just been sent flying, were now rushing over with the speed of 100,000 worlds. Leave this place. Leave. Lin Ling knew that he could not fight against those shadows. The most important thing was to leave this place. He saw a huge claw reaching for the giant ghost. However, the giant ghost was still in a daze, as if it had seen its master. Giant ghost! Leave! Lin Ling shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, the giant ghost was still indifferent. Seeing that the giant ghost was about to be in danger, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Finally, a low voice sounded for the first time in the 9 prefectures void. 3rd stage. Leave. Boom. 7 different forces rushed into the sky. The 7 divine embryos collided violently, destroying the ancient trees in a radius of 10,000 miles. If one looked from afar, they could see 7 different colored lights illuminating the world. Swoosh. In the open space, a figure stood up like an ancient god. Almost at the same time, the shadow's claw appeared in front of the giant ghost. Shio. However, a hand quickly appeared on the giant ghost's neck. It grabbed it by the neck and disappeared. With a rumble, the claw swept across and cut open the ground. However, the giant ghost was already gone. Lin Ling. Leave. The giant ghost finally reacted. It turned its head in disbelief and saw a man holding its neck and flying forward with a cold expression. His speed had reached the terrifying speed of 150,000 worlds. Lin Ling, you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Leave. The giant ghost's voice trembled. After all, this was the first time Lin Ling had used the 3rd stage innate talent fusion in the 9 prefectures void. Therefore, it was also the first time it had seen it. However, what shocked the giant ghost was that Lin Ling didn't change at all after the 3rd stage of talent fusion. There were no flames or lightning, and there were no tentacles behind him. However, the more ordinary Lin Ling was, the more terrifying he was. No, his clothes have turned gray. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the power, Or perhaps it was due to some other reason, but the giant ghost discovered that Lin Ling's blue robe had already turned gray. Gut. Gray-robed Lin Ling? The giant ghost had a feeling that in the current 9 states, other than the people it did not know, only the 4 great gods could suppress Lin Ling. Whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Ling crazily rushed forward, the shadow behind him was also hot on his heels. Rumble. Lin Ling opened up a path in front and directly crashed into the huge ancient trees, creating a huge hole in the huge trees. Because the huge trees were too big, it was a waste of time to go around the huge trees. However, this time, just as Lin Ling broke through the giant tree, a cry sounded from the tree hole. Soon after, a huge claw swept towards him. Clang. Lin Ling was expressionless as he slashed out with his sword. Whoosh. The shadow was swept away by Lin Ling's sword. This sword also shocked the giant ghost because this was the most powerful Lin Ling it had seen since it met Lin Ling. After sweeping away the shadow, Lin Ling's expression was still cold because he sensed that the shadow was not injured at all. Moreover, there was more than one shadow that represented grief. If he was entangled, even Lin Ling would have a hard time. Without stopping, Lin Ling rushed towards the ancient forest as if he had traveled through time and space. This rush crossed mountains and ridges as if Kwafu was chasing the sun. If this was the 9 provinces, with this speed, 2 hours would be enough to cover the entire north region. However, this ancient forest was still not the end. The time is getting shorter and shorter. Lin Ling's long hair was blown up by the wind, but he also let out a low voice. What time? The giant ghost was still being held by Lin Ling by the neck like a little chick, but it also let out a suspicious voice. The time for the 3rd stage of innate talent fusion. Lin Ling finally turned to look at the giant ghost and said word by word, "At most, I can last for 3 more incense sticks of time." Lin Ling clearly did not have complete control over the 3rd stage of innate talent fusion. It consumed too much soul force. Moreover, if not for the fact that his soul force was stronger than when he was in the Kingdom of Eternity, he would have already lost the fusion state. 3 incense sticks of time. The giant ghost's expression also turned ugly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Time quietly passed. 3 incense sticks of time quietly approached. Lin Ling's figure began to change. His aura receded like a tide, causing the giant ghost to panic. Are we going to die here? Lin Ling was still flying, but he also felt that his strength was constantly draining. His 150,000 world speed continued to weaken. Instead, a large number of cries came from behind him. Those shadows were getting closer and closer. I thought that after my return, apart from the 4 gods, I would be invincible. Who knew that I would lose my life in an ancient forest? Lin Ling gritted his teeth and said when he sensed the approaching shadows. Only now did he realize that he had been too confident in the past. Lin Ling there. Suddenly, the giant ghost pointed ahead and said. The originally flat ground began to turn into a cliff. Moreover, the rumbling sound of water gradually came, deafening. This also caused Lin Ling's eyes to burn. His desire to live grew stronger and stronger. Where he looked, he could vaguely see a black waterfall. The mysterious black liquid smashed down from the sky. It was very majestic. However, Lin Ling's speed had become very slow. On the contrary, the shadows behind him were getting closer and closer. Jump into the waterfall and you still have a chance to live. Lin Ling, quick. Life and death were on the line, so the giant ghost's voice became more and more anxious. Quick. Lin Ling also roared. But at this time, 3 shadows came from behind, 3 claws sweeping out. Lin Ling. The giant ghost couldn't help but angrily shout, his voice full of worry. Step of wisdom. But at this time, Lin Ling's eyes turned red. He released the last bit of his soul force. After using it, Lin Ling felt a splitting headache. Rumble. In the end, Lin Ling could only feel 3 powerful attacks landing on his body, but they also sent him flying forward. Finally, he flew off the cliff and was submerged by the black waterfall. Rumble. In his ears, there was only a deafening sound. Then Lin Ling fell unconscious. In the crazy waves, the giant ghost held Lin Ling's clothes in its mouth, not letting Lin Ling sink to the bottom. Then they drifted with the waves. This waterfall was very, very high. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally fell into the water. Then he was pushed by the current and gradually reached the shore. Oh! After a long time on the shore, Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he heard was the sound of rushing water. He couldn't help but look back. He saw himself lying on the shore, the pitch-black water flowing forward like a river yu-yu. I made it! Chapter 4288. We made it! Lin Ling lifted the giant ghost up and laughed heartily. Only he knew how dangerous the situation was. If he had been a second slower, he and the giant ghost would have died here. Right, what are those things? Why are they so strong? Lin Ling asked curiously. One of the wills of the 8 gods, the will of sorrow. However, it did not become a will, but a mournful thought. If it had become a will, it would have been one of the giant ghosts. The giant ghost looked up at the endless waterfall and said with a nostalgic look in its eyes. But these mournful wills are really strong. Is it because they have been in the 8 gods' heavenly palace for a long time? Lin Ling asked. The giant ghost nodded. It should be. The mournful wills can grow stronger with time and they have no consciousness. Therefore, they are stronger than me and the evil ghost. Lin Ling was secretly cautious. The 8 gods had 8 faces. Now that evil, and sorrow had appeared, who knew what they would encounter next? If they were all as strong as the mournful wills, Lin Ling had already planned to leave the 8 gods' heavenly palace. After all, he could only dodge their attacks with all his strength. He could not fight them at all. However, we seem to have rushed out of the ancient forest. The red central area is getting closer and closer. Lin Ling took out the map and checked it. He smiled and recovered. After a long time, when Lin Ling recovered, he checked his body and found that his soul force had improved. His cultivation had reached the limit of breaking through at any time. 9th level Martial God Realm. One more step and I will be at the peak of the Martial God Realm. Lin Ling clenched his fists. He brought the giant ghost with him and continued on his journey. Looking into the distance, this was no longer an ancient forest, but a barren hill. The ground was littered with boulders, which were as large as mountains, and filled with an ancient aura. Rumble! At this time, a mammoth as tall as the clouds was striding across the distance. Its size exceeded what Lin Ling had seen before. The divine elephant enslaved by the Ling nation in the divine world could not compare to this mammoth. Could these be collected by the 8 gods in the ancient times? Yes. Look at that ancient turtle, it is also huge. Ah, is that a turtle? I thought it was one of your islands. However, these enormous ancient divine beasts seem to be very peaceful and have no hostility. Lin Ling and the giant ghost walked as they passed one hill after another. They were getting closer and closer to the red area. But at that moment, rumbling sounds came from ahead. The entire sky lit up, and then it darkened. It was as if there was a great battle in the distance, and that battle was extremely intense. Someone? Lin Ling was taken aback, and guesses immediately popped up in his mind. Could it be someone from the spirit nation? Immediately, Lin Ling sneaked over as well. Then, he stood at the foot of a hill and looked into the distance. In the distance, there was a vast grassland. A large number of people were gathered there, and an intense battle was taking place. Looking carefully, they seemed to be divided into 3 camps. One of the camps was led by a woman, and they were all extremely powerful. Moreover, other than that woman, the others were all tall and slender, and their arms reached to their knees. It was very strange. Looking at the other camp, they were dressed in black armor, and their bodies were hidden in the armor. They were led by a young man. The people in these 2 camps had a common characteristic, and that was that their skin was very dark. What a strange person, he is not from the spirit nation. Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. Lin Ling, did you notice that the people leading the 2 camps have unfathomable power suppressed in their bodies? However, for some reason, that power seems to be sealed, so they cannot use it. The giant ghost beside him said. After being reminded by the giant ghost, Lin Ling also began to investigate. He found that the hidden jia qi in their bodies was indeed unfathomable, and they seemed to be experts of the deity realm. However, at least 60% of that power was sealed, so it was only the strength of the peak martial god realm. Fight! While Lin Ling was observing, the young man had already taken the initiative to attack. He held a huge ball in his hand. The ball was bound by chains and was 2 meters wide. It was huge, but it was extremely light in his hand. Boom! Like an iron ball, the huge ball smashed down, and the sky immediately darkened, then became bright again. That kind of power was undoubtedly terrifying. That person's strength is not weak, he is even stronger than Xiao Air. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. After all, if it was Xiao Air, Lin Ling could defeat him with a second fusion, but to defeat the person from before, it was a little difficult. Under the young man's attack, the people he brought also attacked. They rode on the huge black armored horses, making some unknown sounds, and rushed forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, the person they besieged was not weak either. His body was hazy with wind and rain, making it impossible for people to see his appearance. However, with a point of his finger, the wind and rain blew, making it difficult for the huge black armored horses to get close. What a familiar feeling, giant ghost. Don't you feel that the power that those people are using seems to have been seen somewhere before? Lin Ling stared at the huge black armored horses and frowned. I have the same feeling, and what they said seems to have heard it before. The giant ghost nodded. Then, the two of them looked at each other, and their eyes instantly lit up. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Wasn't that the sound of the underworld cavalry rushing out when Lin Ling opened the underworld world massacre order? Could it be that those were people from the underworld? Thinking of this, Lin Ling and the giant ghost were both shocked. So they are people from the underworld. No wonder that whoosh 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 is so familiar. The giant ghost nodded in realization. Why did the underworld also come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Could it be that there is something in the 8 gods' heavenly palace that they want? Lin Ling pondered, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Could it be for the 8 gods' record? The 8 gods' record recorded the new world will host body, and to the underworld, only this kind of treasure could attract them. What is the relationship between the world will and the underworld? Lin Ling really did not understand the purpose of the underworld, but his eyes stared at the person shrouded in wind and rain, and suddenly smiled. That is treasure god Nanwu Fengyu. He never thought that treasure god Nanwu Fengyu would appear here. Go help him. Immediately, Lin Ling did not hesitate and rushed forward. At this moment, the sky was filled with wind and rain, sealing off a part of the world, looking very domineering. No matter how the black armored horses rushed over, they could not get close to the world. Whoosh 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 whoosh, this person is so strong. Who is it? The young man attacked for a long time without success, and finally faced the mysterious person directly. Chapter 4289. Soul Sealer of the Underworld, you're useless. At this moment, the woman who had been watching from the side said disdainfully. Then, she signaled with her eyes, and the experts behind her attacked treasure god Nanwu Fengyu. Rumble. Powerful nether energy came and drowned everything. Dark clouds rolled and covered the sky. However, after the dark clouds passed, the world ahead was still stormy. Within it, the old man's figure could be vaguely seen, and he was still unharmed. Nanwu, you're useless too. In my opinion, we should work together. Seeing this, the young man sneered. He didn't waste any more words. A token appeared in his hand, and he muttered something. Rumble. Behind him, an ancient bronze door appeared silently. Then, it slowly opened, and wisps of dense nether chi continuously gushed out. This time, you're still not dead. The sneer on the young man's face deepened. Almost at the same time, the underworld cavalry finally charged out of the huge bronze gate behind him. They were majestic and tall. If one were to look carefully, they would only be able to see that they were wearing black armor. There was no one to be seen. These nether riders were obviously real nether riders. Underworld Massacre Order, it seems like you're really from the underworld. Seeing this, an old voice finally sounded from the world of wind and rain. It seemed to have confirmed something. So what if you know? Bulmenda. The young man didn't care about treasure god Nanwolfenyu at all. He waved his hand, and countless nether riders charged into the world of wind and rain. In his opinion, once the underworld massacre order was issued, the old man would definitely die. The underworld massacre order was so terrifying that even the martial god of Duan lineage had to avoid it. It was indeed terrifying. However, he was facing treasure god Nanwolfenyu, a real god. An extremely dignified cold snort was heard, and the world that was swaying in the wind and rain suddenly turned into a violent gale. Swoosh! The seemingly simple raindrops became as sharp as arrows under the fierce wind, and they were mixed with the power of the gods. When they landed on the bodies of the netherworld cavalry that were charging over, they destroyed everything as easily as breaking through dry weeds. Ding, ding. The black nether riders were all pierced and turned into dust. However, what was surprising was that these underworld cavalry seemed to be souls. After their armor was destroyed, they still couldn't see the person wearing the armor. In the blink of an eye, the netherworld cavalry that had charged out of the bronze gate had been completely annihilated. Looks like I've underestimated you. You must be a god. Seeing this, the young man did not reveal a panicked expression. Instead, he spoke in a serious tone. Because he was very clear that the underworld cavalry that rushed out of the bronze gate was different from the underworld cavalry that he brought out. The underworld cavalry that came out of the gate had a might that did not fear anything. World essence and divine energy could not harm them, only the divine steps could. In the current JoJo void, there were very few people who possessed the power of the steps of the gods, unless they were gods. Since you know, why aren't you running? In the sky, the wind and rain dissipated, revealing treasure god Nanwolfenyu with his hands behind his back. Old man, if my power had not been sealed, you might not be my match. The young man sneered without any fear. At the same time, he stretched out his finger and shook it as he said, "Although you are very powerful, you can't kill me. The only one who can kill me is Lord Underworld God. Once I find a new body, my strength will be unsealed again. At that time, you will be able to kill me. When that time comes, you will know how powerful I am." Is that so? Treasure god Nanwolfenyu nodded. Suddenly, he looked to the other side and smiled. There is a decent body over there. Why don't you try to seize it? He was pointing at Lin Ling, who was charging over. Obviously, with his strength, he had already sensed Lin Ling's arrival and was surprised that Lin Ling, this brat, had come here. Hearing this, the young man looked in Lin Ling's direction. Then, his eyes lit up and he rubbed his chin to size him up. A decent body. You are a level 9 martial god and can contain a lot of my power. Moreover, you have a divine fetus and your level is not low. This body is not bad. I've searched high and low for it, only to find it without any effort. As he spoke, his entire body erupted with powerful realm essence, and nether chi surged out. Brat, I want your body. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, I will fulfill them for you. In the young man's opinion, Lin Ling's body already belonged to him. The soul sealer of the underworld is quite lucky to have found a decent body as soon as he arrived. The woman in the distance said with jealousy. She knew that people from the underworld like them had to seize a human's body if they wanted to display their strength. The stronger the body, the more strength they could display. The underworld chi surged toward Lin Ling like a cloud, trying to occupy Lin Ling's body. At the same time, Lin Ling smirked when he saw the young man's attack. To be honest, if the young man could unleash his full strength, Lin Ling would have no choice but to use the third stage innate talent fusion. Unfortunately, the young man could not use much strength at the moment. He estimated that he could only use 40% of his strength. Already. Seize my body? Lin Ling used the second stage innate talent fusion and lunged forward. It was as if they were going to fight head-on. His action undoubtedly shocked the woman in the distance. She wondered if Lin Ling had lost his mind. The young man was startled. Then he laughed wildly. You must be tired of living. Instead of running away, you chose to fight me head-on. The dark cloud that he had transformed into quickly engulfed Lin Ling. However, just as he was about to devour Lin Ling's body, a sacred and ancient power suddenly suppressed him. It was like the power of a god, and it actually sealed all of his dark cloud. Steps of the gods. The young man was stunned. How could a random person have the steps of the gods? He, who was sealed by the steps of wisdom, lost the ability to resist. Although he was in the dense underworld cloud, a sword quickly slashed toward him and struck his body. Then, a figure was sent flying and smashed into the grassland like a cannonball. Boom! The entire prairie shook, and the experts of the underworld were all shocked. The woman in the distance was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. The underworld soul sealer, he was sent flying? And by a nameless human brat? This guy really doesn't give face. Only treasure god Nanhua Fenyu was not surprised. He knew that Lin Ling's strength was not weak. Even he would need to use 60% of his strength to defeat Lin Ling. Rumble. Chapter 4290. Floating in the air, the young man spoke in a low voice. Clearly, he knew that someone who could send him flying in one move was not simple. Staring at the young man, Lin Ling was also surprised by his opponent's strength. He said calmly, "Trial taker, Lin Ling." "Yes." The young man and woman's expressions changed and they exclaimed at the same time, "8 new gods of the current generation?" "Yes." This surprised Lin Ling. He didn't expect himself to be so famous that even the experts of the underworld knew his name. "You're Lin Ling, the second trial taker under Lei Gong?" "Yes." The young man rubbed his face that was hit by Lin Ling's sword and said coldly, "Yes, what can I do for you?" "Yes." Lin Ling smiled and said casually, "There's nothing to teach. I've heard a lot about you. Now that I've met you, you're indeed extraordinary." The young man smiled and said, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit, but he knew that he couldn't use any power in his current body. "Wait until I find a good body, then I'll fight you again." The young man glanced at Lin Ling indifferently. Then he waved his hand and led everyone away. From the looks of it, he was still as unbridled as before. On the other side, the woman also left with her people. She said to Lin Ling, "Lin Ling, we've seen your strength. You're invincible in the martial god realm. I'm looking forward to seeing the strength of the other new gods." Then, the two groups of people walked further and further away. However, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to them because he noticed that Nanhua Fenyu was also allowing them to leave. After a long time, when they disappeared, treasure god Nanhua Fenyu walked toward Lin Ling with a smile. "I didn't expect you to come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace and reach the 7th level. It's not easy." Last time, when Lin Ling went to witness the investiture of the martial gods, treasure god Nanhua Fenyu left. Therefore, he didn't know that Lin Ling would come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. "Grandpa treasure god, why did you let them go?" Lin Ling asked curiously. "They're not weak. If they're really close to death, they can explode with even more strength. So, to avoid unnecessary trouble, we just let them go." Nanhua Fenyu treasure god's expression turned serious when he mentioned the two groups of people from before. Of course, the most important one is the underworld god. This expert is very mysterious, so it's best not to provoke him. "By the way, Lin Ling, you're looking. Come with me to the 8th floor. I've already found the stone tablet for records on this floor. The 8th floor also has records like this." Nanhua Fenyu treasure god immediately said, "Okay." Lin Ling also planned to go to the 8th floor because Xie was there too. But the most important thing now was to get the 7th floor's record of the 8 gods. Lin Ling told treasure god Nanhua Fenyu his idea. Treasure god Nanhua Fenyu had been here before, so he nodded with a smile. The two flew through the sky and chatted as they walked. "Grandpa treasure god, what do you think the underworld people are doing here?" "I think they're here for the world we'll host. But the strange thing is, why would the underworld god be interested in the world we'll host?" Treasure god Nanhua Fenyu rubbed his chin. He couldn't understand. However, Lin Ling glanced around because he knew that the will of the world was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. What was left in the 9 states was only the weakest part. The truly powerful part was in another void. Perhaps the gaze of the god of the underworld was the true will of the world. The funny thing was, the underworld god didn't know that the world will wasn't something he could control. Once it exploded, even the gods of the primordial era couldn't stop it. We're here. At this time, treasure god Nanwufanyu reminded Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked ahead and saw that there were ruins. There were mottled walls all around, and a cracked stone tablet sat on the ground. There were many complicated runes carved on it. That's it. Treasure god Nanwufanyu pouted at the stone tablet. Lin Ling nodded and walked toward the stone tablet. The stone tablet was about 2 meters tall and was made of limestone. Because of the passage of time, many of the runes on it had fallen off. Lin Ling couldn't understand these runes, so he looked at the giant ghost on his shoulder. The giant ghost floated over and stopped in front of the stone tablet. It looked at it and then secretly sent a message to Lin Ling. Lin Ling listened quietly. His expression changed constantly, and finally his pupils shrank. Boom. Then Lin Ling punched out and destroyed the record of the 8 gods. Lin Ling, this treasure god Nanwufanyu was shocked. This host is very important. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Lin Ling turned and looked at treasure god Nanwufanyu with a serious expression. Treasure god Nanwufanyu was stunned, but immediately nodded. He couldn't understand the runes on the record of the 8 gods, so he could only guess. But in the end, it was only a rough guess. He knew that this host was related to lightning. Lin Ling, on the other hand, clearly knew better than him who the host was. Lin Ling was still looking ahead, his eyes flashing. Obviously, he was still shocked by the news. Treasure god Grandpa, has anyone else seen this stone tablet? Lin Ling suddenly asked. When I came here, I was alone. When I first arrived, I felt a mysterious aura. It was darkness, but it disappeared very quickly. I'm not sure if he saw this stone tablet. Treasure god Nanwufanyu recalled. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. The giant ghost also floated back. Only it could understand the record of the 8 gods, so it knew who the 5th world will was. Lin Ling, are you okay? Therefore he asked out of concern. I'm fine. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and gradually calmed down. He thought of Xiaoluan, the host sealed in the Dragon Valley, the host controlled by the 4 great gods that he had never seen before, and the great god of Spirit Nation. These were the 4 main hosts that he knew of so far. Plus the 5th one he knew, it seemed that the 10 hosts were about to surface. For some reason, Lin Ling had a feeling that among the 10 hosts, one of them would change the entire era. The 10 hosts might even combine and become the strongest world will. The hosts of the world will are classified by color. Currently, other than the great god of Spirit Kingdom, I don't know what level the other hosts are, even Xiaoluan. Time passed quietly. In the end, Lin Ling stopped guessing. Chapter 4291. I'll help you when the time comes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Nanwufanyu was very grateful. Lin Ling wasn't weak now. With his help, he could get twice the result with half the effort. There are people outside. Let's go take a look. Suddenly, Nanwufanyu's eyes lit up as he looked at the ancient city wall in the distance. After his reminder, Lin Ling noticed something as well, and only now did he notice that an intense battle had unknowingly started outside the ruins. Moreover, Lin Ling recognized that group of people. They were the trial challengers. They obviously hadn't been here for long before they started fighting outside the ruins. The reason was that outside the ruins, an extremely mysterious saber was unearthed. Everyone was fighting over the saber. Enemies often cross paths. Nanwufanyu, after we're done here, I'll go to the 8th level with you. Lin Ling turned around and said to Nanwufanyu. Then he rushed out of the ruins. Now, outside the ruins, several figures were gathered there. They all exploded with powerful realm essence, tit for tat. They were divided into 3 groups. One group was led by Xiao Er, another group was led by a mysterious woman, Nian Wei, and the last group was Little South's group. However, Little South's group was ignored. In the center, an object that looked like a saber and a sword sat on the ground. Its surface was mottled with rocks. It looked like a statue, but everyone could feel a force that couldn't be underestimated. It was emitting a force that couldn't be underestimated. It's mine. Everyone stared at the saber and sword. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. The one who made a move was a giant shadow. A giant shadow shot towards the statue and moved all the shadows around it. Then, a giant shadow's arm suddenly grabbed the saber's hilt and wanted to pull it out. Giant shadow, how dare you? Seeing this, many people cursed angrily. Now, they had almost forgotten about the record of the 8 gods. They only wanted to obtain that precious treasure. However, when the giant shadow wanted to pull out the saber didn't move at all. It was as if it was rooted in the ground. One had to know that the giant shadow's strength could easily destroy 10,000 realms. However, it couldn't move the saber at all. How strange! The people who were previously furious all stopped and looked over with furrowed brows. Long before they entered this place, they had already sensed the mysterious power emitted by the sword and blade. This power was very strange. It looked like world essence, yet it didn't seem like divine power, yet it didn't seem like it either. It was a power that exceeded their imagination. That was why they were eyeing this treasure covetously. Giant shadow, move aside. Let me try. Seeing that the treasured blade could not be pulled out, Xiao Er also flew over. His right arm shook and his sleeve turned into fine powder. A huge dragon claw appeared and suddenly grabbed the blade. Ha! He shouted angrily. Rumble! The earth began to tremble as if an earthquake was occurring. In the distance, the earth began to tumble like giant waves. However, everything around the treasured saber remained motionless. How is this possible? This time, Xiao Er was also shocked. What? Even with Xiao Er's strength, he can't pull out this blade. The other trial challengers were also shocked. Get lost. This blade already has an owner. How can trash like you obtain it? At this moment, an indifferent voice came from afar. Then, under everyone's gaze, 2 figures slowly walked over. The one behind was an old man. As for the one in front, it was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're not dead. Seeing Lin Ling walking over, everyone was dumbfounded. This was because they clearly remembered that Lin Ling was already drowned by the world mosquitoes. Why isn't he dead? The mysterious woman's expression turned ugly and there was a hint of unwillingness. This was because when she framed Lin Ling told her that she would regret it. At that time, she treated it as a joke. However, looking at it now, she was indeed regretting it. Luli Empress lied to me. Lin Ling was able to escape from the world mosquitoes. His strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. Sigh. The woman quietly took a step back and was already planning to escape. However, under Lin Ling's cold gaze, she did not dare to act rashly. When they looked at Xiao Er again, they all narrowed their eyes. They could not understand how Lin Ling could still be alive. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's appearance cast a shadow over the trial challengers' hearts. Big brother Lin Ling. Big brother. Lin Ling. Big brother. Little South and the others were obviously very happy as they ran towards Lin Ling. When Lin Ling saw that Xingyi was fine, he also felt relieved. Then, he led the others towards the treasured blade. Get out of the way. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Big brother. As Lin Ling walked, he looked at Second Master Xiao with a disdainful gaze. That contemptuous voice undoubtedly made Second Master Xiao very angry. However, he had fought with Lin Ling before and knew that Lin Ling was very strong. Thus, he did not act out for the time being. Instead, he sneered and said, "You want this saber? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but this saber cannot be pulled out. If you don't believe me, you can try." After he finished speaking, he simply turned around and left. Xiao Er actually gave up the treasured blade? No, Xiao Er cannot pull out the treasured blade. Lin Ling cannot succeed either, so Xiao Er wants to embarrass Lin Ling as well. That saber is very extraordinary. Lin Ling should not be able to pull it out. The trial challengers were all stunned at first, but they quickly reacted. Now, they wanted to see what qualifications Lin Ling had to be so arrogant. As for Lin Ling, he stood in front of the treasured blade and indifferently stared at it. His soul force quietly spread out, but he discovered that there was a layer of mysterious strength around the treasured blade that blocked the invasion of his soul force. What a mysterious saber! Giant ghost, do you have any impression of it? Lin Ling couldn't help but ask the giant ghost after his soul force failed to gain anything. The giant ghost also stared at the saber, but then shook his head and said, "From what I can remember, the 8 gods collected a lot of treasures. Because Master loves to gamble, he gambled with many gods. Sometimes he lost, and sometimes he won. Therefore, I'm not sure where this saber came from. Then I can only try using brute force. Perhaps only by breaking the surface of the soil will the treasured blade reveal its true form." A divine bone appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and then he looked at the treasured blade and heavily smashed it. Bang! The divine bone shattered. This first test also made Lin Ling more familiar with the treasured blade. It was harder than he imagined. Clang! The tyrannical song sword appeared. Lin Ling's talent fusion reached the second stage, and then he ruthlessly slashed down. Rumble! With the treasured blade as the center, 10,000 miles away, the heavens and earth shook. A terrifying force rushed through the earth, as if it wanted to tear apart the 7th floor. And the strength of this force undoubtedly caused Xiao Er's eyes to narrow. Lin Ling's sword was clearly much stronger than his claw from before. This also meant that in the previous battle, Lin Ling had not used his full strength. Damn it! Xiao Er cursed in his heart. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that he, the son of the dragon god, couldn't compare to Lin Ling. One had to know that although Lin Ling had the dragon god's bloodline, it wasn't the most noble bloodline. Chapter 4292. Although Lin Ling's attack was stronger than his, at least Lin Ling did not succeed. The other challengers were worried that Lin Ling would snatch the saber, but they were relieved when they saw that the saber was still motionless. They smiled sarcastically. However, their smiles quickly froze. Crack, crack, crack. This was because, at this moment, the surface of the treasured saber that was wrapped in a layer of soil began to crack. What? This small change caused everyone to cry out in surprise. Lin Ling was also the only person who could make the treasured saber change so far. Xiao Er felt as if he had been slapped in the face. The only remaining sarcasm in his heart was gone. "Lin Ling, you bastard!" The giant figure's expression was ugly. Through the previous sword strike, he had guessed that Lin Ling was slightly stronger than him. He was a god who had been reincarnated, but he was not as good as a rising star. He was embarrassed. However, Lin Ling did not care about what the crowd thought. He continued to stare at the cracked saber. The saber had only cracked, but the soil had not peeled off. "Lin Ling, one more strike and you might be able to open it," the giant ghost said expectantly. Lin Ling shook his head. "It's no use. Even if I can break the soil, I can't pull the saber out." As he spoke, Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword. He knew that his full strength strike could only crack the soil. Therefore, even if he used the 3rd stage talent fusion, he could only shatter the soil. If he couldn't pull the saber out, it would be useless. This also meant that Lin Ling could not do anything to the saber. "Lin Ling, let me try." At this time, Xingyi suddenly walked over and said, which surprised Lin Ling, "I think I can pull the saber out." Xingyi stared at the saber and said calmly, "Then you can try." Lin Ling saw that something was wrong with Xingyi, so he did not stop him. Xingyi stood in front of the saber and held the mottled hilt with one hand. He frowned as if he was trying to use all his strength to pull the saber out. "Ha, Lin Ling, you let a piece of trash pull the saber out? Is he stupid or are you stupid?" The giant figure could not help but laugh sarcastically when he saw that Lin Ling had given up on pulling the saber out and gave it to Xingyi. The other challengers also had sarcastic looks on their faces. If Lin Ling had pulled the saber out, there would have been some hope. However, if it was Xingyi was a piece of trash. Do you think Saint Yi will pull out his feces and urine when he pulls out his blade? I think that's very likely. He might end up injuring himself after failing to draw his sword. Saint Gui, on the other hand, is injured again and again. He's trash among trash. None of them gave Xingyi any face. However, before they could finish laughing, Lin Ling slashed his sword down. "Whoever laughs again, don't blame my sword for not giving you face." Swoosh! The sword landed in front of their feet, giving them a fright. Then, their faces turned ashen. They wanted to retort, but they did not dare. After all, Lin Ling was the strongest challenger among them. After Lin Ling left the four gods, he was even more unscrupulous than them. He used cold words to threaten them. This kind of dominance was not only targeted at the other challengers, but also at Xiao Er and the giant figure. It made them feel like they had been humiliated. After all, with their backgrounds, they had always been the ones threatening others. However, due to Lin Ling's strength, the giant figure knew that unless he regained his strength, it would be better not to go against Lin Ling's will. Therefore, he said casually, "Okay, we won't laugh. We're just reminding Xingyi." Bang! Rumble! However, just as he finished speaking, the earth suddenly shook, as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. What's happening? Everyone was shocked, including Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had tested it before. No matter what kind of attack landed on the treasured sword, it would not shake. However, it was different now. Look, the sword is rising. Someone pointed at Xingyi, their jaws dropping to the ground. Because at this moment, Xingyi was holding the ancient blade with both hands and was slowly pulling it out. The cracked soil on the blade was like a bamboo shedding its skin and was falling off bit by bit. Clang! After the soil fell off, a blinding light shocked the entire 7th floor. Even someone as strong as Lin Ling subconsciously closed his eyes. His soul power sensed a majestic force surging around him. This was the steps of God. The steps of God seemed to be the power of yin and yang. After it bloomed, it formed a great law that placed Lin Ling and the others in a mysterious world. Eastern Emperor Ensher's sword. The aged voice also rose in everyone's hearts, causing many people to feel a sense of reverence in their hearts. Yunsher's sword. Lin Ling closed his eyes and muttered to himself. Eastern Emperor Tai. This sword belonged to Eastern Emperor Tai. One had to know that Eastern Emperor Tai was most famous for the Eastern Emperor Bell. This was the first time Lin Ling had heard of the Yuansher's sword. Right? Xingyi is the bloodline of Eastern Emperor Tai. Is that the reason? A guess appeared in Lin Ling's mind. While he was guessing, the dazzling light gradually disappeared. In the end, Lin Ling opened his eyes and scanned the area in front of him. Cracks appeared on the ground, like a dry paddy field without water. Xingyi stood on the ground, holding the sword with one hand and caressing it with the other. He seemed to be examining the sword that he had just obtained. Seeing this, Lin Ling was happy for Xingyi. Now that Xingyi had obtained the treasured sword, Xingyi was no longer the trash that everyone said he was. Xingyi, you actually obtained that sword? The others reacted one after another, their eyes filled with jealousy. Xingyi, let me take a look at the sword. The giant figure walked towards Xingyi, saying that he wanted to take a look, but in reality he wanted to snatch the sword. In his opinion, a trash like Xingyi had no right to obtain the sword. Lin Ling saw this and sneered. He didn't make a move because he knew that the giant figure was going to be at a disadvantage. After all, he could sense that the Yuansher's sword wasn't hiding the power of divinity, but the steps of divinity. Although the steps of divinity weren't as high level as Lin Ling's steps of wisdom, it was offensive. On the other hand, Lin Ling's steps of wisdom had no offensive power. As expected, Xingyi ignored the giant figure and continued to examine the sword in his hand. Suddenly he raised the sword. A blinding light bloomed, and the steps of divinity filled the air. Ah, my eyes! The giant figure couldn't block it at all. It was as if his entire body was being corroded. After being illuminated by the light, his body began to melt. Chapter 4293. Bang! Xingyi held his saber at a slanted angle and walked towards the giant figure like a giant. The giant figure was blinded and could only sense Xingyi's approach. Then, a scorching hot saber landed on his neck. Don't kill me, Xingyi. Spare me, spare me. Spare me. The giant figure cried out anxiously. He could feel death approaching. For the sake of the four gods, I'll spare your worthless life. Xingyi said coldly. This was the first time he had released his domineering aura after failing to ascend to godhood. It had been 100 years since he had last used it. This made him very excited. He felt as if his suffering was over and the sweetness was about to come. Although he had yet to recover his strength, with this saber he had once again regained his position among the 4 great gods. "Thank you for sparing my life. Thank you for sparing my life. Thank you." The giant shadow cried out in relief. But at this time, a blinding beam of light shot out, passing through his eyes. "Ah, my eyes," Shengyi said. Shengyi had blinded the giant figure's eyes with his saber. This blindness was permanent. "I don't know if you're a real trial taker or a fake, but I'll spare your life for now. If I find out you're a fake, I'll kill you first." "Scram." "Scram," Shengyi said coldly. The giant figure did not dare to stay any longer. He rubbed his stinging eyes and fled. This move proved his strength. The trial takers trembled in fear. They no longer dared to treat Shengyi as a piece of trash. They could not take back the saber. They decided to retreat. They wanted to enter the ruins to search for the record of the 8 gods. "Wait! Stop!" Shengyi spoke again. He looked at a mysterious woman. The latter narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Shengyi, I don't think I've offended you. You attacked Lin Ling, so you'll die here." Shengyi held his sword and walked towards the woman. "This is a matter between me and Lin Ling. Don't tell me you want to interfere. Moreover, if you kill me, how are you going to answer to Eugene?" "Shengyi, oh Shengyi, you're such a fool. Lin Ling wants to kill me, but he wants you to do it. He obviously wants you to take the blame for him," the woman said coldly as she retreated. His words also carried a hint of sowing discord. Saint Yi shook his head. He knew that cultivators couldn't kill each other. Otherwise, they would be punished if they reported this to the gods. However, Lin Ling had almost died because of Nian Wire. Now that he had the strength, how could he not avenge Lin Ling? This was also his way of repaying Lin Ling's kindness. It was the only thing he could do now. However, when Nian Wire saw Shengyi shaking his head, she thought that Shengyi had thought things through. This way, she wouldn't have to face 2 experts at the same time. She would only have to face Lin Ling alone. However, at this moment, Shengyi also slashed with his saber. A nomological law appeared, splitting the sky of the 7th level into 2. Nian Wire's legs were immediately severed. She fell to the ground, her face full of disbelief. Was Shengyi still going to attack her? "If I kill you, perhaps Eugene will punish me. However, I'm willing." Shengyi walked towards Nian Wire step by step, his face cold. "I'm willing." This meant that he was willing to take the punishment for Lin Ling. His desire to kill Nian Wire couldn't be shaken even if the sky fell and the earth cracked. "Am I going to die? No, I can't die here." Nian Wire's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, she was filled with regret. She shouldn't have taken advantage of Lin Ling's crisis to add insult to injury. She thought that she could kill Lin Ling and gain Luli Empress's favor. Who knew that she would be pushing herself to her death? She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling in the distance. Lin Ling's face was cold, his eyes filled with sarcasm. "Don't kill me! Lin Ling, spare me!" Nian Wire screamed. At this moment, she was filled with even more regret. However, in this vast void of the 9 states, there were all kinds of miraculous pills and miraculous medicines. The only exception was that there was no medicine for regret. A blade light flashed, and a scar appeared on Nian Wire's neck. She stared at Shengyi, then at Lin Ling, and finally fell to the ground. Another participant had fallen. Moreover, she had been killed by her own people. "Shengyi, thank you." At this moment, Lin Ling said with a smile. "This is what I should do. Perhaps it's the only thing I can do." Shengyi turned around, shook his head at Lin Ling, and smiled. He knew that Lin Ling could also kill Nian Wire without restraint. Therefore, he had to kill Nian Wire on behalf of Lin Ling before Lin Ling killed her. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to repay Lin Ling's kindness. After all, without Lin Ling, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the treasured saber today. On the other hand, the others shuddered when they saw Nian Wire die. Xiao gritted his teeth tightly, and he was furious to the point of exploding. However, he didn't dare act rashly in the end. After all, Lin Ling had 2 experts on his side, whereas the enormous shadow had fled. They were utterly unable to go against Lin Ling. "You guys can leave. I've destroyed the record of the 8 gods." At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said, "You destroyed it?" Hearing this, everyone frowned. They were here for the record of the 8 gods. Now that it was destroyed by Lin Ling, it meant that Lin Ling was the only one who could complete the mission. Lin Ling, how greedy! Lin Ling, don't you think you should tell us everything about the record of the record? Someone was unwilling to leave empty-handed, so he suggested, "Get lost." Unfortunately, Lin Ling only said one word, and it was an extremely domineering word. His meaning was obvious. "If you don't want to get lost, I'll send you off, but you'll be sent to the netherworld. Let's go." After being humiliated by Lin Ling, everyone almost couldn't take it anymore. However, they knew that the situation was not in their favor, so they could only leave with hatred in their hearts. After everyone left, Little South and the others walked towards Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling smiled apologetically and said, "Little South, Nyogu, Shingi, because the record of the 8 gods is of great importance, I can't tell you about it for the time being. I'm sorry." "It's fine. We're just here to have fun." Hearing Lin Ling's words, Little South waved his hand casually. Shingi and Nyogu also smiled and shook their heads. Although they didn't know why Lin Ling wanted to hide the record of the 8 gods, they all owed Lin Ling a favor. Therefore, they were willing to help Lin Ling. "You guys should go back too. I'm going to the 8th floor. We'll talk about it when we get back," Lin Ling said again. "Be careful. We'll continue to explore the 7th floor. After all, there are many places that we haven't explored yet. Perhaps there are many treasures," Shingi replied. Then he left with Little South and the others. Chapter 4294. And the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. This was a place Lin Ling had explored when he was still weak. He never imagined that even though he had reached the martial god realm, he was barely qualified to enter the 8th floor. The 8 gods. What kind of god was he back then? The two of them moved very quickly and soon arrived at a wasteland. However, there was nothing in this vast wasteland. There were only blue flames burning on the ground and no living creatures could be seen. After waiting for half a day, a huge rectangular stone tablet appeared in front of them. This stone tablet floated in midair. It was about 5 meters tall and 3 meters long. There were complicated runes engraved on it, and a blue flame was burning the tablet. It was very mysterious. "This is the path to the 8th floor. You must let the blue flame burn the entire tablet to open the path to the 8th floor." Nanhua Fengyu stopped in front of the ancient tablet and said, Lin Ling had the human monarch's flame, so he immediately sensed the mystery of the blue flame. He said in shock, "This flame is burning the tablet. I'm afraid it has a history of millions of years, but the tablet is still not burned. Even I can't tell the origin of this flame, but I'm sure it's an ancient flame. There's a trace of dragon aura in it. It seems to be the flame used by the Dragon King of the East Sea." Nanhua Fengyu said solemnly, "Looks like it's another treasure collected by the 8 gods. Now, Grandpa Treasure God, do you have a way to make the blue flame burn even more and open the path to the 8th floor?" Lin Ling looked at Nanhua Fengyu and said, "I'll try." Nanhua Fengyu nodded and walked forward. At this moment his powerful strength quietly erupted, letting Lin Ling see what a god's strength was. An incomparably terrifying realm essence enveloped the entire wasteland, shaking it up and down. The frequency was so fast that it almost left afterimages. Not far from Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu, Lin Ling felt as if the entire void was hugging him, making him feel small and insignificant. Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu spread his legs and punched out with a simple punch. Crash! The wind and rain raged, and after the ferocious power surged out, Lin Ling felt as if the entire wasteland was spinning. Clang! Then, a deafening metallic sound rang out. The stone tablet trembled slightly, and the blue flames on it burned even more vigorously. This also caused Lin Ling's eyes to light up as he quietly waited for the next change. However, Nanhua Fengyu withdrew his fist and slowly walked back while shaking his head. "There's still no way to open the path." What? Lin Ling was shocked. He stared at the stone tablet and saw that the blue flame was still burning. Moreover, the fire was obviously much stronger. However, that was all. There were no other signs. Actually, there is another way to enter the 8th floor, but it requires a key. That key is very difficult to obtain, so I chose this path. This is the only path I know that doesn't require a key, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult to open. Walking to Lin Ling's side, Nan Wufenyu immediately sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling also sat down cross-legged, and both of them stared at the floating stone tablet. Looking from afar, one could only see an endless, empty wasteland. Two figures sat there, staring at a stone tablet. The scene was very strange. Lin Ling and Nan Wufenyu tried many methods, but they could only make the blue flame burn brighter, but they couldn't burn the tablet. Is there no other way? In the end, Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. Nan Wufenyu was deep in thought, as if he was searching for a method in his memory. The wasteland seemed to be unable to feel the flow of time. It was very quiet here, and if one stayed here for a long time, one would feel lonely. Lin Ling. After an unknown period of time, the giant ghost suddenly looked at Lin Ling. At this time, Nan Wufenyu seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up and he turned to Lin Ling. Try it with your soul power. Nan Wufenyu and the giant ghost said at the same time. Soul power? Yes, I haven't tried it before. Lin Ling also wanted to try it. After all, when he saw the blue flame blooming with energy, he thought that it was driven by realm essence, so he didn't think about soul power. Then Lin Ling walked up to the 5-meter-tall stone tablet, and his soul power spread out. Rumble. This time, the stone tablet suddenly shook. It worked. Nan Wufenyu and the giant ghost's eyes narrowed, and they smiled. The blue flame on the side of the stone tablet suddenly jumped up, and then reached a meter high. Seeing this, Lin Ling's heart immediately filled with anticipation, and he activated all of his soul power. His soul power enveloped the blue flame, and the blue flame crackled as if oil was poured into the flame, and it became more and more vigorous. However, this vigor was only the blue flame, and it didn't spread to the entire stone tablet. The blue flame was still in the same place, and there were no signs of it burning any further. Looks like it's still not enough. Lin Ling had a feeling that if he held on a little longer, he would succeed. Burn for me. Lin Ling pushed his soul power to the extreme, and it enveloped the blue flame. His eyes were red, and veins appeared on his face. Crackle. The blue flame was even more vigorous than before. Behind him, Nan Wufenyu clenched his fists, and his face was nervous. Lin Ling, do your best. He never would have thought that Lin Ling's soul power would reach such a limit, and it would probably reach 100,000 levels. Soul power had always been difficult to cultivate. Even he, Nan Wufenyu, only had a few thousand levels. Unless it was some reincarnated great god, or a divine fetus that specialized in soul power, ordinary people rarely exceeded 20,000 levels. As far as he knew, even the strongest world boundary god of Miaoshen's true inheritance didn't exceed 50,000. As for Lin Ling, he guessed that Lin Ling must have been tempering his soul power since he was young, and after so many years, he finally had such an effect. Crackle. The blue flames that were originally over a meter tall had now grown to over 3 meters tall. However, the stone tablet was indeed terrifying. Even with such a vigorous flame, it was still only able to burn a corner of it. Too tenacious. Looking at Lin Ling again, his soul power had been used up, and when he had a splitting headache, all of his soul power disappeared. Failed. He couldn't help but look at the stone tablet. However, at this moment he finally saw a crack on the surface of the stone tablet, and it was only a hair-sized crack. Compared to the beginning, the stone tablet had finally changed, but this hair-sized crack was obviously not enough for them to enter the 8th floor. Chapter 4295. However, the crack was only the size of a strand of hair. How could he enter? Was he going to crash into it? Lin Ling's mind was filled with thoughts. However, as he got closer to the tablet, he noticed that the crack was getting bigger and bigger until it was as big as an abyss. Lin Ling took a closer look and realized that it wasn't the crack that was getting bigger, it was him that was getting smaller. He and Nan Wufenyu both shrunk to the size of a speck of dust and shot into the crack. Is this Grandpa Treasure God's method? Lin Ling was shocked. The ability to change one's size was something only gods could do. After entering the crack, a blue ocean appeared in front of them. However, this was the blue of the sky and was different from an ordinary ocean. This blue seems to be the same as the blue fire from before. Lin Ling found that he was constantly returning to his original size. He then stared at the blue ocean around him. He was currently in the middle of the blue ocean. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu was right in front of him. His clothes were fluttering as he looked ahead with a serious expression. He suddenly said, "Lin Ling, go in that direction first. Quick, I'll come find you later." His voice was filled with anxiety, causing Lin Ling to immediately nod his head. Without further ado, he grabbed the giant ghost and began to run. At the same time, he looked back and saw that Treasure God Nan Wufenyu was still floating in the water with his hands behind his back, as if waiting for something. Rumble! Suddenly, he punched out and a huge vortex gushed out from his fist. The entire blue ocean seemed to be turning upside down. If Lin Ling didn't leave first, he would have been affected. "Grandpa Treasure God, what are you doing?" Lin Ling was shocked. He looked carefully and found that there was a huge blue giant floating in front of Treasure God Nan Wufenyu. It was as grand as a mountain and maintained a punching posture as it clashed with Treasure God Nan Wufenyu's fist. The most frightening thing was that it was completely unscathed from Treasure God Nan Wufenyu's punch. "Fengyu realm." Treasure God Nan Wufenyu suddenly said solemnly. The rolling power of wind and rain descended from his body. It was the divine stairs. Crush. A vacuum zone appeared in the distant ocean. Following that, the seas and rivers were overturned. The momentum was incomparably terrifying. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's speed was very fast. He rushed further and further away, deeply afraid of being implicated. Only when he could no longer see Treasure God Nan Wufenyu did he slightly slow down. His eyes were full of worry, wondering how Grandpa Treasure God was doing. "Let's go!" However, just as he turned his head, a figure arrived behind him. It was Treasure God Nan Wufenyu. Nan Wufenyu's hair fluttered behind him like a war god. He arrived before Lin Ling in the blink of an eye and didn't wait for Lin Ling to speak. He grabbed Lin Ling and charged forward. His speed reached 500,000 worlds. One had to know that Lin Ling's third stage talent fusion was only 150,000 world speed. Rumble! While Treasure God Nan Wufenyu was madly rushing forward, a huge whirlpool was rapidly approaching. Its speed was not much slower than Treasure God Nan Wufenyu's. Lin Ling stared intently at the whirlpool. Only then did he realize that within the blue sea, a completely blue giant was rapidly charging over. Such a terrifying giant, it actually didn't die after clashing with Grandpa Treasure God. However, Treasure God Nan Wufenyu's speed was not slow either. One side fled while the other chased. After an unknown amount of time, the sound from behind finally quieted down and gradually disappeared. It seemed to have completely given up. Seeing this, Treasure God Nan Wufenyu finally slowed down and lightly exhaled. He smiled at Lin Ling, finally got rid of that animal. "Grandpa Treasure God, what is that thing? It's so powerful." Lin Ling curiously asked because this was the strongest blue giant he had ever seen. "I've seen it once in the era of gods. There were a lot of them and they were very powerful. Moreover, these blue giants were born from the blue fire. Someone once called them the guards of the East Sea Dragon King." Treasure God Nan Wufenyu slowed down and spoke to Lin Ling as he walked. "Guards of the East Sea Dragon King?" Lin Ling nodded. This East Sea Dragon King should be a god from the ancient era. However, it was indeed powerful. One guard was enough to make Grandpa Treasure God run away. If a few more appeared, then he and Treasure God Nan Wufenyu would have to give up here. The 8th level was indeed terrifying. No wonder there were so few people in the 9 prefectures who could reach this level after so many years. If Lin Ling were to come alone, he would probably be destroyed by the force of the attack. There are islands in the Blue Sea. As long as we enter the islands, we will be safe. However, the islands are very hard to find. I hope we won't encounter those monsters before we find them. Treasure God Nan Wu sighed, knowing that there would be a lot of work ahead. Giant ghost, you come and try. Lin Ling suddenly looked at the giant ghost on his shoulder. The giant ghost nodded and floated forward with both hands open, sensing everything. This evil ghost? Treasure God Nan Wu already knew that there was a giant ghost next to Lin Ling. However, he saw that the giant ghost had a good relationship with Lin Ling, so he didn't investigate. The giant ghost was sensing the existence of the evil ghost because if it could find the evil ghost, then it would be able to find the island and the spirit kingdom. Over here. A moment later, the giant ghost floated back and told Lin Ling, "This little thing is quite powerful." Treasure God Nan Wu said in surprise, but he only received a cold glare from the giant ghost. Outside of Lin Ling, the giant ghost had a ferocious expression towards everyone else. "Oh, you are still angry." Treasure God Nan Wu laughed and didn't care about the giant ghost's cold glare. Seeing this, Lin Ling bitterly smiled. If Treasure God Grandpa knew that the giant ghost was one of the 8 gods' wills, then Treasure God Grandpa wouldn't dare to talk to the giant ghost like this. The two followed the giant ghost and moved along the sea. Along the way, they encountered several blue giants, but Treasure God Nan Wu noticed them early on and avoided them. Lin Ling discovered that the 8th level was actually a world of water. There were also mountains and forests at the bottom of the water. It was very mysterious. Lin Ling, those blue giants from before had one of the 8 gods' wills. Sitting on Lin Ling's shoulder, the giant ghost suddenly said, "Wills?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed and looked suspiciously at the giant ghost. The giant ghost nodded. "I don't know if they are the East Sea Dragon King's guards, but I am sure that they have the wills of the 8 gods. Chapter 4296. After a while, a large shadow appeared in front of them. This shadow was wrapped in a huge bubble. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see the existence of an island. So the islands here are in the sea. Lin Ling's eyes widened and he stopped at the same time. Treasure God Nan Wu slightly closed his eyes as if sensing something. He then said seriously, "There are several powerful auras on the island. If we don't act cautiously, I'm afraid we'll be discovered before we even enter the city." "Is that great god of the spirit kingdom here?" Lin Ling immediately asked. "I can't sense him. That great god of the spirit kingdom is stronger than me. If he wanted to hide, I wouldn't be able to sense him. However, I can sense the aura of my enemy." Treasure God Nan Wu sighed with a complicated look in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes quietly flashed. He remembered that when Treasure God Nan Wu entrusted Xiaoyu to him, he also went to find his enemy. In the end, he returned with injuries. Now, he was going to find his enemy again. Could it be that his enemy was a great god of the spirit kingdom? All this time, Lin Ling had thought that Treasure God Nan Wu's enemy was one of the 4 gods. "Actually, you've also seen him." Sensing Lin Ling's curiosity, Treasure God Nan Wu smiled. He clearly didn't want to tell anyone about this. However, Lin Ling was no longer an ordinary person. He was a god and also the successor of his close friend. Thus, he didn't hide anything. Gods like them rarely had feelings for people. They viewed all living things as ants. Unless the other party had strength that they recognized, they would recognize them and slowly treat them as friends and family. Because their lifespans were endless, they didn't like to see their loved ones and friends leave the world before them, and they had to bear that feeling of loneliness themselves. If that was the case, they would rather not know these people from the beginning, and it wouldn't bring about sadness and reluctance. And this was similar to what Lei Gong thought. "He's called Minister Ning." Treasure God Nan Wu said. "It's him." Lin Ling naturally recognized this Lord Ning. When he went to save Senior Lu Chen and the others, it was this Lord Ning who let them go. This also meant that Lord Ning was also someone from the age of the gods. However, Lin Ling also sensed an extremely strange emotion from Treasure God Nan Wu's eyes. It was as if he hated Lord Ning, but for some reason, he also appreciated him. It seems that their fetters are not light. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He was thinking about how to enter the island. "Lin Ling, the record of the 8 gods that you are looking for is also on the island. Therefore, we must enter the island." Now, let's think of a way to get in. Treasure God Nanwafenyu put away his thoughts and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. He thought of the time when he snuck into the spirit nation. He could do the same thing again. Immediately, he spoke of his thoughts, making Treasure God Nanwafenyu nod. The two immediately hit it off. They quietly hid outside the island and waited for someone to come out. After all, they weren't sure if they would be discovered by the great gods of the spirit nation if they rushed into the bubble. This wait wasn't short. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally flew towards the edge of the island. Upon closer inspection, there were quite a number of people. There were more than 10 of them. Hurry up, throw these corpses out and we will return to the island immediately. Ling Er, what are you doing? You can't even do a small thing properly. What a waste. The group cursed as they walked. They cautiously approached the giant bubble. Obviously, they knew how terrifying the blue giant was. If they were careless and were caught, they would only end up dead. Fortunately, they didn't encounter the blue giant this time. Therefore, they successfully rushed out of the bubble. After they threw away the large number of corpses in their hands, they were about to rush back to the island. Everyone, sorry to trouble you. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of them, looking at them with a smile. What? There's someone here? This old man undoubtedly gave everyone a fright. On the 8th level, other than the people of the spirit nation, there were no outsiders. This person is very strong. The other party's appearance clearly had ill intentions. Therefore, the group of people didn't hesitate and immediately ran towards the island behind them. However, just as they turned around, a young man in a blue robe floated behind them. He was playing with a wisp of golden flame in his hand. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, "We want to enter the island, so we can only trouble you. In your dreams." Being attacked from the front and back, this naturally made the group of people desperate. They couldn't wait to call for help from the strong people on the island. That young man is weak. Break through from him. One of the men in white robes shouted angrily, pointing at the young man in blue robes. After he finished speaking, he led the group towards Lin Ling. Good taste. At this moment, the young man in blue robes finally raised his head slowly and revealed a bright smile. Although I am weak, I am not someone you can win against. After he finished speaking, the golden flame in his hands spilled out and burned the blue ocean. What kind of flame is this? Everyone, charge out of the flame and report to the Lord. But why is this flame drilling into my dantian? The people who were being burned let out strange cries. In the end, they all looked at Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord. Obviously, they were all assimilated by the golden flame. Lin Ling, beautifully done. Your human king's flame is really a sharp weapon to control people. Seeing this, the old man walked over with a smile and said at the same time, "However, a fish has been caught in the net." After he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. When he returned again, he was already carrying a man in white robes. The man's limbs were kicking wildly at this moment, but he couldn't resist the old man. Your strength is not bad. I actually missed it. But now, obediently be my subordinate. The young man in blue robes smiled and a ball of golden flame appeared in his hand. Regardless of whether the man agreed or not, he forcefully stuffed it into his mouth. The man struggled at first, but a wisp of flame quietly appeared in his eyes. His expression gradually became respectful as he bowed to the young man in blue robes and said, "Greetings, Lord." By now, this group of people had been subdued by the young man. The young man was naturally Lin Ling. Tell me the secret language of your spirit kingdom. Also, who is the person with the highest status here? Lin Ling smiled. The men in white immediately told him the secret language of the spirit kingdom. The whole process surprised Treasure God Nanwafenyu. He never expected Lin Ling to be so familiar with it. Chapter 4297. Looks like I need to find someone with a higher status to get the information I need. Lin Ling rubbed his chin and said, something as important as the records of the 8 gods was naturally unknown to those with a lower status. Perhaps only those who had reached the level of dragon spirit would have the right to know. Grandpa Treasure God, let's enter the island. Lin Ling then looked at Nan Wufengyu and smiled. Ah, I came here for revenge, but now that you've messed things up, I feel that it's quite interesting. Come, let's enter the island. Nan Wufengyu laughed, feeling that he and Lin Ling had become two spies. At this moment, Lin Ling already knew how to enter the island, so he taught Nan Wufengyu. It turned out that passing through the bubble required a certain technique, and if the technique was wrong, they would immediately be discovered by the Spirit Kingdom. The group successfully entered the island, and Lin Ling discovered that there was a huge city on the island, emitting a brilliant white light. It was similar to Spirit Light City, but much grander. There was a huge city gate, and outside the gate stood many Spirit Kingdom guards in white robes. Looking at their strength, they all had innate godly fetuses. Innate godly fetuses as guards, this Spirit Kingdom was truly rich. However, Lin Ling already knew the secret language of the Spirit Kingdom, so it wasn't hard for him to enter the city. A moment later, he and Nan Wufengyu were standing on the street. Their gazes swept across the majestic city and found that it had everything. It was like a kingdom. Grandpa Treasure God, this city is quite old. Looks like the Spirit Kingdom has been in the 8th level for quite some time. Yeah, maybe they're deciphering the records of the 8 gods, or maybe they have something else to do here. As for what it is, we can only find out. Lin Ling and Treasure God Nan Wufengyu whispered to each other. They both knew that if they wanted to get more information, they had to find someone with a higher status. Get lost. At this time, on the street, dust spread, and a large number of spirit horses mixed with white light galloped from the distance. The city on the island was very grand, so most people rode on horses. Of course, only those with a high status had the right to ride a horse. As for Lin Ling, his eyes lit up as he stared at the person riding the horse. On the side, Treasure God Nan Wufengyu seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's goal. His eyes narrowed as he smiled bitterly. Lin Ling, we're here to be spies. Being so ostentatious doesn't seem too good, right? Hee, since he dares to ride a horse on the streets, his status should not be low. Perhaps I can learn something from him. Lin Ling said with a smile. Your way of doing things is really different from others. Hearing this, Treasure God Nan Wufengyu's smile became even more bitter. This was his first time being such a blatant spy. Scram. In front of the street, the spiritual horses were getting closer and closer. The leader was a young man wearing a white robe and a white cloak. He looked majestic. My lord, she's Huang Ling. Someone beside Lin Ling immediately reminded him. Lin Ling nodded and walked forward. There's someone who dares to stop me? At this moment, the young man on the spiritual horse was very surprised. Then he laughed sinisterly. Who cares? Kill him and throw him out of the island. The status of the spirit nation was also very strict. The weak did not have any status. The group of people that Lin Ling had assimilated earlier were thrown out of the island. Those were the weak people who had died in the spirit nation. Every time a certain time, someone would throw these bodies out of the island. Kill him. Damn it, people die every day. Why doesn't this idiot die? Behind the young man, the people sneered. Not only did they not slow down, but they also sped up. Lin Ling still walked forward indifferently. Suddenly, when the spiritual horses were more than 10 meters away, he finally threw out a punch. This punch did not use realm essence or divine power. It was just the strength of his physical body. Lin Ling was also afraid that his identity would be discovered. However, Lin Ling's physical body punch was not to be underestimated. The wind whistled. Before the spiritual horse under the young man could get close to Lin Ling, it was immediately smashed into meat paste by the wind from the punch. His entire body fell from the spiritual horse and glided along the ground, rushing toward Lin Ling. However, he was stepped on by Lin Ling, stopping his momentum. Looking at the spiritual horses behind the young man, they all raised their front hooves and neighed. Then, they all stopped galloping and did not dare to get closer. The entire street was shocked. They never expected Lin Ling to be so strong. The young man who was stepped on by Lin Ling also cursed, "How dare you stop me? Do you know who I am? I'm Huang Ling. Why aren't you fucking kneeling down?" Lin Ling looked down at him and sneered, "Sorry, I'm also Huang Ling." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the young man away. This kick also broke the young man's teeth. "My lord!" The people on the spiritual horse quickly jumped down and helped the young man up. The young man was furious. "You're courting death." As he spoke, blood kept spewing out of his teeth. "You're courting death, Huang Ling. Do you know who Lord Yuan's brother is? Have you lost your mind?" When the others saw the young man spitting out his teeth, they immediately spoke up for him in anger. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled. He had long guessed that the young man was not relying on his identity as a Huang Ling since he dared to gallop on the street. After all, there were many Huang Ling in this huge ancient city. How would those people dare to be so arrogant? Indeed, the young man dared to be so arrogant because he was relying on his brother. "Who's his brother?" Lin Ling asked lazily. "His brother is Long Ling. Are you afraid? He's 2 levels higher than you. Are you afraid? Kneel down immediately. Don't think that you're amazing just because your Huang Ling Long Ling can easily kill you." The young man clearly thought that Lin Ling was afraid. Hearing this, Lin Ling did not say a word. Instead, he walked over step by step, causing the people behind the young man to sneer. They naturally would not let Lin Ling go. However, before killing Lin Ling, they wanted to humiliate him. However, Lin Ling was afraid? What a joke! Lin Ling walked to the front of those people and threw out a punch like a battering ram. He punched each of them more than 10 times, causing them to spit out blood and their sternum to break. This. The surrounding onlookers were all dumbfounded. He knew that Long Ling was Long Ling's brother, but he still dared to attack. Was he crazy? You dare to hit me? Don't you know that my brother is Long Ling?" The young man did not expect Lin Ling to attack. He pointed at Lin Ling angrily and said. However, Lin Ling walked towards him step by step. Then, without waiting for him to attack, Lin Ling slapped him viciously. The man was sent flying and smashed into a large number of houses. Then, Lin Ling walked over again and found the young man in the ruins of the houses. Then he slapped him again. Chapter 4298. Just like that, Lin Ling brazenly beat up the young man on the street. In the end, the young man could only exhale and no longer breathe. Moreover, his mind was in a daze because he didn't understand why Lin Ling would beat him up. He didn't seem to have offended Lin Ling. "Where's your big brother? Tell him to come find me, or I'll throw you off the island," Lin Ling said indifferently as he lifted the young man. Everything he did was naturally to lure out the dragon spirit. He even wanted to steal the dragon spirit's identity and find out where the 8 god brush records were hidden in the spirit kingdom. Big pot, Jia is coming. The young man had already been beaten into a pig's head and couldn't speak clearly. However, Lin Ling still understood what the young man was saying. "Big brother, I'm coming." Therefore, Lin Ling also threw the young man on the ground and stepped on him. Then, he asked someone to bring a chair over and waited for the young man's brother on the street. "Who is this Huang Ling? She's crazy. I don't know, maybe he just came, but when the dragon spirit comes, he will definitely be in trouble." Yes, not to mention that Long Ling's status is higher than his. Even if Long Ling's status is the same as his, he is definitely not Long Ling's opponent. It seems like there will be new corpses outside the island. I'm afraid that even Huang Ling's subordinates will be killed. Around the streets, many people were discussing animatedly. They were so excited that they were already laughing loudly. They sat down in a nearby restaurant and waited for everything to happen. The people of Spirit Nation are about the same as the people of 9 states. But overall, they are slightly stronger than the people of 9 states. Treasure God Nanwufenyu heard the voices around him and laughed mockingly. He slowly walked towards Lin Ling. At first, he was afraid that he would cause too much of a commotion and be noticed by the great gods of the Spirit Nation. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated the grandeur of this city. What happened on this street would obviously not alarm the great gods of the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling waited quietly. Not long after, someone finally arrived on the street in front of him. It was a man in a white robe. He was very tall, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He also came alone, but his aura was very sharp. When he walked along the street, The people around him all made way for him. So cold. Is he that dragon spirit? Many people whispered to each other. After all, this city was too large. Not only were there many phoenix spirits, there were even quite a few dragon spirits. That was why they didn't recognize that man. Brother. On the ground, the young man raised his head and fearfully shouted. What a piece of trash. The man's long hair fluttered in the wind as he coldly glanced at his younger brother. The young man was so scared that he didn't dare to raise his head again. It could be seen that this dragon spirit was also very serious towards his younger brother. Let my brother go. After a while, the man stood not far away from Lin Ling and looked indifferently at Lin Ling as he spoke. He was also carefully examining Lin Ling's strength. However, he could only roughly tell that Lin Ling was a level 9 martial god. Since he was able to become a dragon spirit, he was already half a step into the deity realm. Moreover, he possessed a powerful divine fetus that had reached the 5th grade. Therefore, he couldn't understand why such a weak person dared to provoke him. While he was observing Lin Ling was also observing him. This was because through this man, he could roughly understand the strength of the entire spirit nation. Overall, it was similar to what Lin Ling had imagined. It was also slightly stronger than the martial artists of the 9 continents. However, there were fewer people in the spirit nation, so it couldn't be compared to the 9 continents. That was all. Sure, I'll let him go if you defeat me. Lin Ling stared at the sword at the man's waist and then said. He could tell that this man was a swordsman. Defeat you? You have the guts to fight me with your strength. Forget it. If I win, I'll let you leave alive. However, all your subordinates will die. The dragon spirit nodded and placed his arm on the hilt of the sword at his waist. However, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he stared sharply at Lin Ling like an eagle's eyes. He was looking for Lin Ling's weakness. He was a swordsman and was good at killing blows. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling with a single strike. The streets suddenly fell silent and the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. The people stared at the dragon spirit who was standing upright like a pine tree and licked their lips. For some reason, they had a feeling that if the dragon spirit drew his sword, it would cause an earth-shattering change. Still not drawing your sword? You must be afraid. Suddenly, Lin Ling said calmly. The dragon spirit's eyes flashed when he heard that. He didn't understand why Lin Ling said that. After all, the dragon spirit was too calm in the face of a swordsman who was about to draw his sword. He even sensed that Lin Ling didn't put up any defense at all and seemed to intend to take his sword head-on. All of this was too strange. Although you're very powerful, I can tell that your mentality has changed. You have doubts and hesitations, so you haven't drawn your sword for a long time. Lin Ling said calmly, still sitting on the chair. A gust of wind blew across the street and blew the dragon spirit's long hair. His hand moved slightly and his sword swayed as if it was about to be drawn at any time. However, he still didn't draw his sword. That was because he had more and more doubts in his heart. He couldn't see through the man in front of him anymore. You are surprised why I want to fight you, right? After all, you and I have no enmity. Why would I, a little phoenix spirit, provoke you? In addition, facing your dragon spirit sword, I am still sitting there, quietly waiting for your sword to arrive. So, you are even more suspicious than before, although you are not suspicious. However, you're suspicious of me. You're afraid that you won't be able to win after you draw your sword, and I'll take control of the situation instead. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again, and his tone was as calm as ever. The onlookers in the surroundings noticed that something wasn't right. Because Lin Ling was too calm. Wasn't he afraid of being killed if he just sat there like that? Your heart is getting more and more chaotic. But remember, truth and falsehood, falsehood and truth. Sometimes, everything you see might be an illusion. So, you have to calm down and don't place too much importance on victory or defeat. That way, you'll be able to bring out your true sword. Lin Ling spoke again, and it was as if he was instructing the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit still didn't speak, so no one knew what he was thinking. However, the ripples in his heart were growing larger and larger. He was a swordsman and he was proud. He wasn't like ordinary cultivators who preferred to decide the outcome of a battle with a single move. Moreover, he placed great importance on victory and defeat. Since he was young, he couldn't allow himself to lose. He didn't want to lose in anything. His desire to win was too strong, just like his sword that revealed its sharpness. Originally, he was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling with a single strike. However, Lin Ling was too mysterious, causing him to lack confidence. That was why he hadn't drawn his sword. Chapter 4299. Clang. Right at this time, Long Ling finally drew his sword. A dazzling light appeared, actually illuminating the entire street. Countless people felt a chill that penetrated their hearts. It was as if the world was frozen. 1,500 rays of divinity turned into a swift sword that slashed towards Lin Ling. Other than treasure god Nanhua Fengyu and Lin Ling, no one else could see through this sword. Treasure god Nanhua Fengyu revealed a smile. Lin Ling was the same. The two of them didn't move. The sharp sword also passed through Lin Ling's body. After a while, everyone recovered. They stared at the street and trembled nervously. However, after they glanced around, they realized that the street didn't change at all. Everything was the same as before. Lin Ling was still sitting on the chair with a smile on his face. The people around him were the same. They didn't suffer any injuries. This scene was too strange. They looked at the dragon spirit again. He resumed his posture of placing his hand on the sword hilt. His sharp eyes looked at Lin Ling. However, this time, there were obvious changes. At this time, a strand of hair by Lin Ling's ear finally fell down like snow and reached the ground. The previous sword only cut off a strand of Lin Ling's hair. The sword that suppressed 1,500 rays of divinity only cut off a strand of hair. This also showed how powerful the dragon spirit was. After all, such a powerful sword wasn't hard to cut through the sky. Your heart is indeed in a mess. It was just a probing sword. Are you afraid that after this sword you will lose? So you want to test my limits? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Hearing this, the dragon spirit's eyes flashed. He didn't speak. However, Lin Ling didn't need him to speak to know what he was thinking. The dragon spirit was too suspicious. He wanted to win beautifully. So before he had complete control, he wouldn't easily use his full strength. Because he didn't want to be controlled by others. To put it bluntly, this person was too arrogant. Arrogant to the point of being pedantic. You've won with this strike. Lin Ling finally spoke calmly. Why? This was also the first time the dragon spirit had spoken. Because I didn't do anything when facing your previous attack, nor did I defend myself. I just wanted to see how powerful your sword was. However, because you were too suspicious, you missed an opportunity. Lin Ling said. What? Dragon spirit's pupils constricted. Previously, when Lin Ling was sitting there strangely, he thought that Lin Ling had everything under control and was just waiting for him to jump into the trap. Therefore, his previous sword strike was also a probing strike. But who knew that Lin Ling didn't do anything? I don't know if this person is too daring or too stupid. If that sword had been aimed at you, you would have died. Long Ling whispered. Sometimes, life and death can be decided in an instant. I don't think that I will die. In fact, the chances of me dying are very small. This is my intuition. Lin Ling shook his head and slowly stood up. Boundary essence surged from his body and the second stage talent fusion appeared. Although using the second stage talent fusion in Spirit Nation was easy to be discovered, it was still better than using the Luai's real body. After all, Spirit Nation definitely knew that Lin Ling had the human monarch's flame and the Luai's real body. However, they might not have seen the second stage talent fusion. After the talent fusion, Lin Ling erupted with all his strength. He turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Long Ling. His sword struck out like lightning. Long Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. His pupils constricted and he could only see the flash of the sword. However, the sword did not strike down. Instead, it landed in front of Long Ling's neck. An icy chill quietly blossomed. The most terrifying thing was that this chill contained the might of Vajra. This was the power of Bodhi. When everyone saw Lin Ling pointing his sword at Long Ling, their eyes were filled with disbelief. What a fast speed! What a sharp sword! Who is this Huang Ling? Why is she so strong? The result today was clearly beyond their expectations. Long Ling's heart trembled. He could sense the terror of this sword. Huang Ling was so powerful? A swordsman should be decisive. Being indecisive is a taboo. You clearly had the chance to defeat me, but you missed it because of hesitation. From this perspective, you have lost. Lin Ling held his sword and said indifferently. Long Ling stood there quietly. He had the chance to defeat Lin Ling, but he missed it? By the time Lin Ling drew his sword, he was already powerless to flip the cards. A swordsman should be decisive. A shocking voice rose in Long Ling's heart. I've lost. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. There was a hint of respect in his eyes. This mysterious Huang Ling was very powerful and mysterious. Who exactly was he? I want your identity as Long Ling. Lin Ling still pointed his sword at Long Ling. He did not hide his purpose and went straight to the point. This was also the reason why he let Long Ling draw his sword first. Long Ling was a proud swordsman. Such a person could be assimilated, but the process would not be easy. The latter would definitely not submit to him. On the street, Lin Ling could not force it. Therefore, the only way was to make Long Ling submit from the bottom of his heart. In addition, Lin Ling was also a swordsman. Therefore, he knew what a swordsman valued the most. It was their sword Dao. Long Ling's sword Dao was not perfect and had flaws. Therefore, Lin Ling also taught him sword Dao. Of course, Lin Ling was also gambling. If Long Ling was loyal to Ling Nation's great god, then Lin Ling would lose. Of course, Lin Ling also thought of a way out. If Long Ling was stubborn, then he would ask Nanhua Fenyu to take action and work together to assimilate Long Ling. Who are you? Long Ling looked at Lin Ling and said, Trial taker Lin Ling. Lin Ling's voice could only be heard by the two of them. Moreover, he did not hide anything. Long Ling's eyes trembled when he heard this. Then, he looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling's name was well known in the Spirit Nation. It was said that he was one of the 8 new gods under the 4 great gods. He was an extremely famous and powerful figure in the 9 states. Long Ling had heard of him for a long time. Today was his first time meeting him. Moreover, he did not expect Lin Ling to be so bold as to come to the island. After all, the Spirit Nation had always been eyeing Lin Ling covetously. I can't help but admire your courage. However, how can you be so sure that I will give you the identity of Long Ling? Long Ling said word by word. His heart was inexplicably excited. Perhaps he felt lucky to be able to meet such a legendary figure. After all, he had heard that Lin Ling was also a swordsman. I also admire your courage to say such words in front of me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling said calmly. However, his seemingly calm words carried a domineering aura. Then, he said lightly, because you have lost. Although I have lost, I did not agree to any of your conditions. You are overthinking it. Long Ling sneered. It is also because you are a swordsman. However, Lin Ling quickly added. His words made Long Ling's heart tremble. His eyes continued to flicker. Chapter 4300. You've won. The dragon spirit looked deeply at Lin Ling and finally spoke calmly. He was indeed a proud swordsman. After losing to a swordsman like Lin Ling, he was willing to accept his loss. After all, the previous sword competition was not only a competition of strength, but also a competition of sword heart. However, the dragon spirit hesitated and did not believe in his sword. This violated the principle of the sword Dao. Moreover, he also knew why Lin Ling was so confident and dared to face his sword. It was because he was Lin Ling. Follow me. The dragon spirit then spoke to Lin Ling and strode forward. The crowd was confused when they saw this scene. However, they knew that the two of them were top experts. No one was qualified to ask what they wanted to do. Brother! The young man shouted as if he was worried about his brother. He looked at Lin Ling in shock. He never expected that the mysterious phoenix spirit would defeat his brother. You go back first. The dragon spirit turned to look at the young man and suddenly smiled. The smile shocked the young man. His brother actually smiled? One had to know that his brother was obsessed with the sword Dao and did not care about the world. He cut off all friendship and everything with his sword. He had not smiled for 30,000 years. At this moment, the young man seemed to see the scene of him and his brother becoming stronger when they were young. "I'll be back." The dragon spirit continued to move forward but left behind a sentence. "Okay, I'll wait for my brother." The young man was extremely excited and his eyes were moist. He suddenly had a feeling that his brother's sword Dao seemed to have been sublimated and stepped into a new realm. Only such a brother was like the big brother who had protected him back then. Lin Ling noticed this and smiled. He did not know what the dragon spirit had comprehended, but he knew that the dragon spirit's realm was about to step into a new realm. The two of them arrived at a restaurant. The dragon spirit chased everyone away and then invited Lin Ling to sit down. Throughout the entire process, it was neither arrogant nor humble. It had the arrogance that a swordsman should have. Your sword is very arrogant, like a lonely peak. However, this sword has a flaw, and that is loneliness. Now, you seem to understand that the sword is all things. It can be a gust of wind, a grain of sand, or even a cloud in the sky. Lin Ling said casually after sitting down. "That's right. I used to think that there was only the sword in the world, and nothing could move me. But now, I feel that everything is a sword, and the sword is in my heart. Everywhere is a sword." The dragon spirit said with a smile. He was originally gloomy, but his smile was quite clean. Then he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, your sword Dao is different from many swordsmen. However, you have the heart of the sword and the principles of a swordsman. Because I am not a pure swordsman, but I am also a swordsman. Just like you said, all things are swords, and the sword is in my heart. Everywhere is a sword." Lin Ling picked up the wine pot on the table, poured a cup for the dragon spirit, and then said, although it was the first time he and the dragon spirit met, because of the similarity of their sword Dao, they had a feeling of regret that they had not met earlier. And this feeling was hard to explain. It was like an intuition. In fact, when Lin Ling first met the dragon spirit, he had this feeling. "You should be here for the record of the 8 gods." After drinking a mouthful of wine, the dragon spirit laughed and Lin Ling nodded. "The record of the 8 gods is in the core of the city, which is the Jiu Tong. At present, many experts are comprehending the record of the 8 gods, trying to find the next host of the world will. However, this record is more complicated than the one on the 7th floor, so over the years, the progress has been very slow." The dragon spirit continued. "I wonder what experts there are in this city?" Lin Ling asked. "There are many experts, led by Lord Ning, the city lord of E-City, Han Xie, and other experts. At present, Han Xie is the only person who is most familiar with the record of the 8 gods. Moreover, other than Lord Ning, there is another god in the city, and his name is Emperor God Zhang. The great god of the spirit nation had a battle and was suppressed here. The great god of the spirit nation wanted this steel slayer god emperor to join the spirit nation." "Emperor God Zhang? You know him?" "Yes." The dragon spirit was indeed worthy of his high status. He knew a lot of information which benefited Lin Ling a lot. What surprised him was that Emperor God Zhang was also here. Things were more troublesome than he had imagined. Emperor God Zhang was one of the few gods that Lin Ling knew. Back then, in the Starry Sky Forest, one of the 7 great forbidden grounds in the 9 regions, Lin Ling saw him awaken with his own eyes. At that time, Lin Ling was in conflict with the Duan clan, and it was Emperor God Zhang who helped him out. Later, Emperor God Zhang came to find Lin Ling and told Lin Ling how powerful the scabbard on Lin Ling's back was. Now that Emperor God Zhang was trapped, Lin Ling would not stand by and do nothing. Does the spirit nation know about the record of the 8 gods on the 7th level? Then Lin Ling asked again. Yes, and it's not a secret in the spirit nation. That host is one of the 4 great gods, right? The dragon spirit nodded. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned even uglier. He thought that this secret was only known to him, but now it seemed that many people knew about it. All right, is there anyone from the 9 regions void in your spirit nation? Lin Ling asked again. Over the years, our spirit nation seemed to have disappeared without a trace. In fact, we have been attacking the strongest experts in the 9 regions. There are many of our people among you challengers. Moreover, in the spirit nation, there was a lord who said that you are also from the spirit nation. As the dragon spirit spoke, it looked at Lin Ling seriously. I am not from the spirit nation, nor am I from the four great gods. I am a man who fights for his family. Lin Ling smiled. Naturally, he knew why the dragon spirit said this. That was because Lord Ning had left a power of the spirit nation in his body, so it thought that Lin Ling was still under the control of the spirit nation. Wait, I will tell you the secret message of the dragon spirit's identity. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the dragon spirit smiled and was even more curious about this legendary man. Lin Ling was extremely famous in the 9 regions void, no, even in the spirit nation. He was the idol of many experts of the younger generation and was also an indomitable hero. However, not many people had seen Lin Ling. He, Feng, had heard of him for a long time. Lin Ling had said that he was not from the four great gods, but a man who fought for his family. This made him understand that Lin Ling was also a responsible man. If you tell me your identity, what if the spirit nation finds out? Lin Ling also regarded the dragon spirit as a friend, so he asked worriedly. Chapter 43:01. After he finished speaking, he imparted everything he knew to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I know you're here for the record of the 8 gods. However, be careful. There are many experts gathered on this island. One wrong move could affect the whole group. The dragon spirit stood up and said solemnly. Lin Ling nodded and watched the dragon spirit leave. Then, he drank his wine. If he wanted the record of the 8 gods, he would have to enter the spirit nation's lair. At that time, he would have to face countless experts. Moreover, he had to help Emperor God Zhang Gang. This is more troublesome than I thought. At this time, Nan Wufenyu walked in and sat down. He drank his wine and looked at Lin Ling. Yes, the main thing is Emperor God Zhang Gang. Lin Ling sighed. He felt that it wouldn't be difficult to get the record of the 8 gods. However, it wouldn't be easy to save Emperor God Zhang Gang. You should save him. If it's just one thing, we can solve it and leave. Unfortunately, if it's 2 things, the spirit nation will be in turmoil. All the experts will come out and target us. Nan Wufenyu sighed. Although he didn't know Emperor God Zhang Gang, he heard that this expert was personally dealt with by the great god of the spirit nation. This showed the opponent's strength. Grandpa Treasure God, can you suppress Lord Ning? Suddenly, Lin Ling looked at Nan Wufenyu and asked. Yes. Nan Wufenyu nodded immediately. Good, Grandpa Treasure God will be in charge of restraining Lord Ning. I'll save him. Lin Ling stood up. Among the experts of the spirit kingdom that he knew, the only one he was wary of was Lord Ning. With Treasure God Nan Wufenyu restraining him, Lin Ling was confident that he could fight against the others even if they were strong. It's time to settle the grudge between us. Nan Wufenyu also stood up. He knew that the spy mission was over. Soon, there would be a storm in the spirit nation. Because he and Lin Ling, these 2 experts, would turn this place upside down. Giant Ghost, it's time to settle the grudge between you and Evil Ghost. Lin Ling turned to the Giant Ghost and said, Yes, it's time to settle it. The Giant Ghost also floated up. A hint of battle intent appeared in its fierce eyes. Lin Ling, I reckon that there might be something the evil spirits want in the notes of the 8 gods on this level. That's why Han Xie hasn't announced who the next host is. He wants to use the time to obtain the item in the notes of the 8 gods. The Giant Ghost looked at Lin. I'll leave it to you, Han Xie. Leave. Han. Lin Ling strode out of the inn. He knew that there was no time to lose. It was time to make his move. This was a special feature of the island. There were countless roads that extended in all directions. It was like a giant maze. These alleys were so big that one couldn't see the end of them. It was like a kingdom. In these alleys, there were people going in and out. They were all wearing white robes. They were like groups of guards. From time to time, they would make complicated seals. When a mysterious light appeared in front of them, they would continue to move forward. Obviously, even these people who walked in the alleys all year round would get lost if they didn't have the corresponding method. They couldn't fly through the sky, so they could only follow the alleys. Feng told me before that the record of the 8 gods is at the center of these alleys. At this moment, in a corner of the street, Lin Ling and the others stood in front of a road that led to the alleys. They frowned as they looked ahead. The layout of these alleys is like an ancient array. It's constantly changing. We have to be careful not to get lost. Nanwoof and you nodded. My soul force is blocked. This array is really powerful. It seems like we can only use the corresponding method to enter. After Lin Ling checked a bit, he led the group into the alleys. Then, according to his memory, he made a complicated seal. The path in front of them became clear. Where this path led to, whether it was a dead end or not, all of this appeared before Lin Ling. It was hard to imagine that if the dragon spirit didn't tell Lin Ling the method to enter, they would have been trapped here. This way. Then, Lin Ling took the lead and moved forward. The journey was smooth, and they finally passed through the previous alley. However, there was another entrance to the alley. This was because the 9 alleys were like a huge spider web in the middle of the island, and there were a total of 999 entrances. At this moment, another group walked in. They were all wearing white cloaks and were even more mysterious. They expressionlessly walked to the left and gradually disappeared into the alleys. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Nanwoof and you couldn't help but ask when he saw Lin Ling's solemn expression. It's her. Lin Ling stared ahead with a complicated expression. When he saw Nanwoof and you's puzzled expression, he said word by word, because I'm very familiar with a certain cultivation method that she cultivates. So, I'm sure that she's Luli Empress. Luli Empress. Nanwoof and you was shocked. Could it be that she's already a member of the Spirit Kingdom? But why? Luli Empress's status in Eugene was not low. She was highly valued by Eugene. With her status and strength, there was no need for her to join the Spirit Kingdom. Because of me. Lin Ling clearly guessed something and solemnly said, because she wants to defeat me and Eugene can't help her with this. So, she joined the Spirit Kingdom and made a deal with them in exchange for more power. I see. It seems that the dragon spirit was right. Many of the 4 great gods have secretly joined the Spirit Nation. Nanwoof and you exclaimed, shocked by the methods of the great gods. Right now, there are many who have secretly joined the Spirit Kingdom, but they are still hiding. Right now, the 9 continents is filled with vicissitudes. Lin Ling also sighed. He wanted to stop the world's will from destroying the world, but this was clearly very difficult, extremely difficult. Let's go. Shaking his head, Lin Ling knew that the most important thing right now was to find the 8 gods' diary and the Steel Slayer Emperor. He led Nanwoof and you forward through the alleys, turning left and right. After an unknown amount of time, the walls in front of them quietly changed color with a gentle white light. We've reached the core. The map left behind by the dragon spirit appeared in Lin Ling's mind, so his battle intent quietly boiled. Lin Ling, you go. If there are experts coming, I'll stop them for you. Nanwoof and you said to Lin Ling, his body also emitting battle intent. Grandpa Treasure God, be careful. If the Steel Slayer Emperor is rescued, remember to bring him away. If I don't come out, then don't worry about me. Lin Ling said, then left through the alleys. Chapter 4302. Looking at Lin Ling, who was walking along the ancient wall that was emitting white light, he knew in his heart that the map that Maple had left him had reached the limit, because Maple had not gone through the rest of the road. Putting on a white cloak, Lin Ling's pace did not stop. Who is it? Just as he turned the corner, 3 people wearing white cloaks suddenly walked out from the wall. They looked at Lin Ling suspiciously and said in a low voice, "Who is approaching the Cool Wood Palace?" So this core was called the Cool Wood Palace. However, Lin Ling did not speak, and looked at them indifferently. Kill! Kill! The 3 people spat out killing intent, and like a gust of wind, they flew towards Lin Ling at an extremely fast speed. Bang bang bang! However, Lin Ling still stood in place, and stretched out his palms, and then clapped them left and right, and then blocked above his head. In the blink of an eye, the 3 people's joint attack was blocked, and one of the old hands was caught by Lin Ling. This person was the last to attack, but Lin Ling also blocked his attack. Moreover, his palm was caught by Lin Ling, and he felt a terrible power surging towards him, as if it was going to burst his palm. But Lan Lang Jun. Kill! At this time, white light flowed out of the light wall, and this white light seemed to rush out of the water, and then turned into a white divine dog half the height of a person, and then quietly turned into a human. This person was also wearing a white robe and a cloak, and was very mysterious. Yes. Kill! Lin Ling also replied indifferently. Although he did not know who this Lan Lang Jun was, he wanted to sneak into the Cool Wood Palace, so he had to randomly identify him. I've been waiting for you for a long time, you're really slow. Could it be that a beautiful woman came to the island and made you forget to go back? Kill! Hearing Lin Ling's words, that person suddenly laughed, but also cautiously said, Your dragon spirit's secret language? Kill! Hearing this, Lin Ling secretly cursed, because every dragon spirit's secret code was different. If this person was very familiar with that idiot called Lan Lang Jun, then he would definitely know that he was a fake. But now that things had come to this, Lin Ling had no choice but to bite the bullet. He used his realm essence to carve out complicated runes in front of him. Fortunately, the person in front of him could only recognize the dragon spirit's secret language. He couldn't recognize Lan Lang Jun's dragon spirit's secret language. Therefore, he didn't suspect Lin Ling. Instead, he was much more polite to Lin Ling. Let's go, Inagami has been waiting for us for a long time. After which, he took the lead and walked forward. The others cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling before following after him. Thank goodness! Behind them, Lin Ling secretly nodded. Although he also knew that if he wanted to obtain the 8 gods' notes, it would be unavoidable for a big battle to happen, but it was obviously better for this kind of big battle to happen after obtaining the notes. Following these people, they arrived in front of a light wall. The person transformed by the white dog suddenly spat out the spirit nation's language. After those runes formed by realm essence smashed into the light wall, the light on the light wall immediately receded like a tide. Next, the 4 people strode forward. Cool Wood Palace, this is my first time here. If not for Brother Inagami leading the way, we wouldn't know how to get in. Brother Inagami has been to the palace several times, and he is second to none among the dragon spirits. The 3 people following behind seem to be very excited. After all, without the permission of the people in the Cool Wood Palace, it was very difficult for outsiders to enter, even dragon spirits couldn't. Listening to their conversation, Lin Ling nodded slightly and expressionlessly entered the light wall. The interior of the light wall was no longer filled with alleys. Instead, it was more like a huge garden with divine trees everywhere. Lin Ling even saw a few indigo spirit flowers planted in the flower bed. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the color was somewhat different. It seemed to be the ordinary type of indigo spirit flowers. But thinking about it, they were also very precious, as they could greatly improve a martial artist's talent. That is a copper-rich fruit. And that is a luo wang tree. I didn't expect this garden to be a treasure trove. Lin Ling's eyes under the cloak were looking around, and his heart was also shocked. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the divine flowers and divine fruits in this garden were rare existences in the 9 continents. If not for Lin Ling having his own purpose, he really wanted to rob this place clean. Following the 3 people all the way, Lin Ling also noticed that the direction had changed, because according to his estimation, the 8 gods' records were at the core, but these 3 people were walking to the side, obviously to see the dog god. Therefore, Lin Ling also planned to separate from these people. A golden flame floated out, falling on the last 2 people, and instantly burned them. You Lan Lang Jun, what are you doing? This sudden change was also noticed by the 2 people in front, and they both turned around, their faces full of shock. The person who led Lin Ling in at this moment took off his cloak, revealing a handsome face, and angrily shouted, Lan Lang Jun, I already knew that you wanted to betray the dog god, so it is true. Don't tell me you want to worship the newly promoted holy spirits. Have you forgotten how well the dog god treated you? Really? Lan Lang Jun, you are ungrateful. The other person also scolded. Lin Ling was speechless. Until now, these people still did not know that he was an imposter. However, he already had the intention to kill, so let these 2 people die knowing. He slowly took off his cloak, revealing his original appearance. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was a piece of cake for him to hide his aura from these people. Unless he took off his cloak, these people would not be able to recognize him. I am not Lan Langjun. After taking off his cloak, Lin Ling said coldly. I know, you have changed, you are not the Lan Langjun of the past, you changed too quickly. However, what made Lin Ling speechless was that the two people still thought that Lin Ling was Lan Langjun, and they were filled with righteous indignation. Lin Ling shook his head, too lazy to talk nonsense. Crackle. One must know that before he went to Eternal Kingdom, he could already defeat a dragon spirit expert, let alone now. The person who was being ravaged by the lightning let out a painful cry, and was finally ravaged into powder. Lei, you are not Lan Langjun. The last person finally reacted. When did I say that I was? However, you seem to know a lot of things, become my citizen. Lin Ling sneered, controlling the human king's flame to drown this person, but this person's strength was amazing. He actually turned into a white divine dog, as if sinking into water, slowly disappearing into the ground. Wanna leave? Seeing that the other party was able to rush out of the control of the human king's flame, Lin Ling also cut the weeds by the roots. The tyrant song sword appeared in his hand, and he threw it forward. Poochie. Under the ground, blood spurted out, and Lin Ling sensed that this person's life force had dissipated. Chapter 4303. Along the way, he didn't encounter anyone. Gradually, a huge square entrance appeared in front of him. Judging from the appearance of the entrance, it seemed to lead to the underground. However, Lin Ling estimated that he was now close to the center of the island. Therefore, it was very likely that the record of the 8 gods was in the underground palace. Without further ado, Lin Ling immediately moved forward. However, at this moment, a hissing sound was heard, causing Lin Ling to stop in his tracks. He subconsciously raised his head and saw a blue snake as thick as an arm hanging above the entrance of the underground palace. It looked at Lin Ling and flicked its tongue. Its eyes seemed to have a spirit. Swoosh. The next moment, the blue snake shot over. Its speed was so fast that it had reached the speed of 100,000 worlds. Lin Ling was shocked. However, since he had practiced martial arts until now, he had already fought countless battles. Therefore, he subconsciously raised his sword to block the attack. Then, a crisp sound was heard, and a powerful force pushed Lin Ling back. The grass on the ground splashed in all directions like arrows. This beast is so powerful. Wow! Lin Ling was shocked. He could feel that the blue snake, which seemed to be as thick as an arm, had a physical strength of 300,000 worlds. Could it be that this was an archaic species? Moreover, the blue snake was also a spirit. After its first attack failed, it took a detour to attack. Like an arrow, it flew past the tyrannical song sword and shot toward Lin Ling from the side. Luai's real body. Boom! Seeing this, Lin Ling grew a pair of wings on his back, and the power of lightning bloomed all over his body. Crackle! When the blue snake approached Lin Ling, it was immediately ravaged by the white lightning. Its whole body twitched and its speed slowed down. However, the snake was also powerful. It was not killed by the lightning. After retreating, it disappeared in the garden. Lin Ling knew that the blue snake hadn't left yet. It was looking for a fatal blow, so Lin Ling didn't want to waste any more time with it. Everything was set on finding the record of the 8 gods. Immediately, he flew towards the entrance of the underground palace. When the blue snake saw that Lin Ling was about to leave, it immediately revealed itself and pounced towards Lin Ling. In midair, the snake's body, which was originally as thick as an arm, suddenly changed. The snake's head actually became more than 10 meters wide and bit towards Lin Ling as if it wanted to devour Lin Ling. Bodhi Vajra! Lin Ling roared angrily. A green light appeared on his left hand. Vajra descends. Rumble! A palm hit the huge snake's head, forming a terrible storm of power. The entire Coldwood Palace seemed to be shaken. The huge blue snake was also sent flying by Lin Ling's fierce palm. Looking at Lin Ling, he used the momentum to rush into the entrance of the underground palace. After arriving, Lin Ling didn't stop and quickly rushed forward. He estimated that the previous turmoil had attracted the attention of some people. Pay attention. Damn snake. If I wasn't pressed for time, I would have cut you in half with my sword. Thinking of the blue snake from before, Lin Ling secretly cursed. The passages in the underground palace also extended in all directions, but they weren't as chaotic as the alleys, so they couldn't stop Lin Ling at all. Moreover, the passages and corridors also had many barriers and mysterious monitoring methods, but they were still ineffective against Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could be called a god. Naturally, it was easy for him to crack other people's divine abilities. What happened? Instead, there was a voice in front of him, followed by a flash of light. In the blink of an eye, several experts appeared in front of Lin Ling. Liang Palace, what happened? When these people saw Lin Ling, they immediately frowned and asked. Their strength was at the peak of the martial god realm, and they had divine fetuses below the 5th grade. Someone has invaded Liang Palace. My lords, please go and take a look. Yes. Lin Ling said without hesitation. Let's go and take a look. Yes. These people didn't think much. They passed by Lin Ling and immediately rushed into the distance. Crackle. However, just as they passed by Lin Ling, a violent thunderbolt wreaked havoc in the entire corridor. Bang, bang, bang. The people from before also fell down one by one, killed by the thunderbolt. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He continued to move forward because he knew that after the battle, these people would definitely come to stop him. So, he killed as many as he could. The same thing happened again. Without a doubt, they were all killed by Lin Ling. Unknowingly, Lin Ling gradually reached the core of the underground palace. A huge hall began to appear in front of him. The hall was filled with white light, and it gave off a sacred and majestic feeling. Lin Ling, I sense the evil spirit. Beside Lin Ling, the giant ghost, who had been silent all this time, said anxiously, also, he has sensed me. If that's the case, then there's no need to hide anything. The records of the 8 gods have arrived. Lightning and fire appeared in Lin Ling's eyes. He sped up and shot toward the hall in the distance. At that moment, the grand hall was filled with people. They were all looking at an ancient stone tablet that was 10 meters tall. On the stone tablet, there were many complex inscriptions carved on it. There were also a few people scattered around the stone tablet. Mysterious inscriptions floated in front of them as if they were comprehending something. Ancient divine language floated out of their mouths. It was obvious that they were comprehending the records of the 8 gods. There was a rumble just now. It seems that something has happened in the Liang Palace. Someone suddenly said. His words caused the grand hall to become inexplicably silent. Also, the people I sent to investigate have all disappeared. It's very strange. I'm afraid that someone has broken into the underground palace. Someone else said. The people we sent should be dead. The person who broke in is very powerful. There are so many gods on the island, but he managed to sneak in without anyone noticing. He must have a powerful background. A cold voice rang out. It was a tall woman, and her words seemed to have absolute authority, causing many people to look at her with a hint of reverence. This was because she was the Spirit Nation's new divine spirit, Luli Empress. No need to guess. I know who he is. Luli Empress had just finished speaking when a man whose entire body was transparent, even his hair was transparent, laughed coldly. He suddenly looked at the surrounding entrances and said slowly, Trial taker Lin Ling is here. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire grand hall seemed to explode. This was because everyone in the Spirit Nation knew of this legendary figure. It was said that this person was one of the 8 new gods. Even the great gods of the Spirit Nation knew of this name. Therefore, they would never have thought that this legendary hero would actually come to the island and barge into this place. As expected of the representative of the 9 states, Lin Ling, an old man said with admiration. He recalled how Lin Ling had interrupted the revival of the great gods in the Spirit Nation in the Spirit Light City. He knew that this was one of the 4 great gods. Lin Ling. Luli Empress's eyes trembled. She was shocked by Lin Ling's terrifying strength. Chapter 4304. The man held a huge sword in his hand, and an evil spirit floated on his shoulder. His eyes were filled with evil charm as he looked at everyone. Under his gaze, as long as one was weak, they lowered their heads. Their hearts were like thunder, roaring unceasingly. They all guessed that this person should be Lin Ling. Lin Ling's name was too sharp. For many people, they had heard of him for a long time, and today, they finally met him in person. Moreover, they did not expect Lin Ling to arrive at the main hall so quickly. Long time no see, Han Xie. A calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Then he slowly took off his cloak, revealing a symbolic blue and white robe. New God Lin Ling. In the crowd, Han Xie already knew that Lin Ling had arrived, so he stared at Lin Ling with an evil smile. His eyes were bloodthirsty. At the same time, Luli Empress also looked at Lin Ling. Compared to Han Xie's evil smile, her face was full of shock. Luli Empress, you didn't expect me to come, did you? Lin Ling also looked at Luli Empress, and the killing intent and battle intent in his eyes were boiling. It was because he had two enemies here. Indeed, I didn't expect it. After all, the 8th level of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace is not a place that ordinary people can enter. Moreover, even if you can enter, finding this island in the sea is like finding a needle in a haystack, let alone reaching the underground palace. Luli Empress said with a smile, of course, if it was someone else, I would definitely think that it was a dream. But for you, Li Xiaoyao, anything is possible. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, her body exploded with boundary energy, and the entire underground palace shook. It was time for her and Lin Ling's grudge to end. Lin Ling, give me your life. Without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, Luli Empress had already made her move. She turned into a cloud of black smoke, and quickly shot towards Lin Ling. In midair, a claw appeared, showing off its sharpness. Luli Empress. Thunder wings appeared behind Lin Ling. The 8 wings made him look like a thunder god. With a slight movement, he disappeared from the spot. With a sword in hand, it was as if he owned the world. The two seemed far away, but in the blink of an eye, they clashed. Rumble. At the center of the large hall, 2 figures were anxiously fighting. Their bodies were surrounded by a sea urchin-like ripple of world essence. It was extremely terrifying. Crash. Large amounts of rubble rained down from the roof of the main hall. However, the main hall was filled with a white light and was incomparably sturdy. After all, this place was protected by the records of the 8 gods. Naturally, the defense was incomparably strong. It was personally set up by the great god of the spirit kingdom. Seeing the two of them clashing, the gods of the spirit nation looked extremely serious. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared. Luli Empress's speed was incomparably fast, as if darkness had invaded. Her claws were shining with the light of a black lotus, and she kept suppressing Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body was retreating. However, as he waved his sword, it was as if the wind and rain could not penetrate it. Therefore, although he seemed to be retreating, he was actually safe and sound. Li Xiaoyao died. Suddenly, Luli Empress appeared behind Lin Ling, and a claw viciously swiped at Lin Ling. The claw was like a blooming black lotus, very mysterious. Looking closely, there were 2 Luli Empress, one in front and one behind, sandwiching Lin Ling. Not only was the claw fast, but the divine energy was also incomparably ferocious. It was the black divine energy, as if it was the first darkness in the world. Bang! Lin Ling did not have time to react. His back was immediately hit by the claw, which made him feel as if he had been attacked by lightning. However, before this feeling faded, another claw came from his chest. With a bang, Lin Ling's body began to fly backward. Li Xiaoyao, the fetters of our previous life, and the grudges of this life, should be settled. As Lin Ling was flying backward, suddenly, a huge palm came from above Lin Ling's head. Clang! Lin Ling raised his sword to block. At the moment of collision, his white lightning on the sword spewed out in all directions. However, just as the huge palm collided with the sky, another claw came from behind and hit Lin Ling again, causing blood to flow from the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. Li Xiaoyao, There is a path to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you barged in. At the same time, 3 shadows of Luli Empress appeared and surrounded Lin Ling. These shadows had the strength of the peak of the martial god realm and were incomparably terrifying. This Holy Spirit is so strong. Seeing Luli Empress storm-like attacks, everyone was scared pale. They finally understood why the Spirit Nation valued Luli Empress so much. Rumble. In the end, Lin Ling was blasted backward and smashed into the wall in the distance, causing the white light on the wall to ripple like water waves. When Lin Ling was first sent flying, Luli Empress used the divine battle technique. In a short period of time, she attacked 356 million times. Lin Ling was simply unable to fight back. Han Xie narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. He obviously did not expect Luli Empress to hate Lin Ling so much that she used such a terrifying killing move the moment they met. Boom. However, at this moment, there was a roar. A huge door suddenly appeared behind Luli Empress, who was standing on the ground. Then, the door slammed into her back, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? That's Lin Ling? Everyone was shocked. First, they looked at the wall in the distance and saw that the white light was still rippling like water. Then, a human figure appeared. However, Lin Ling had disappeared. Then, they looked at the position where Luli Empress was standing before. There stood a man, holding a sword with both hands and swinging it as if he was swinging a huge axe. Of course, this figure was like a reflection on the surface of the water. It gradually blurred and finally disappeared. It was an afterimage. They saw that above Luli Empress, who was sent flying, a figure appeared. He swung a huge sword that was as big as a door and slammed it down. Looking at his majestic appearance, it was as if he was a god who created the world. Boom. When the ferocious sword slammed into Luli Empress, she was smashed to the ground. She even bounced a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood again. A huge crack appeared on the white light curtain on the ground. It was at least 10 meters wide. Ka-ka-ka. However, there was a sound immediately. The 10-meter wide crack sank again. It gradually reached 50 meters and finally 100 meters. The appearance of such a white crack was like a huge spider web. It was undoubtedly very dazzling in the majestic palace. Ah! The deities of the Spirit Nation exclaimed. This was because the divine light that the deities of the Spirit Nation had set up was also cracked. Lin Ling's attack power was too terrifying. Bang! Almost at the same time, Lin Ling floated down from a corner of the palace. He wiped the blood from his mouth and revealed a cold smile. Chapter 4305. That can't be. Could it be that the previous intense battle was just a warm-up? Just a warm-up and they're already so ferocious. If they were to really fight, I'm afraid this island would be destroyed. Moreover, Luli Empress had suppressed Lin Ling and left Lin Ling in a difficult situation. But very quickly, Lin Ling returned the favor. TSK, they're evenly matched. Of course, they're the 8 new gods of this generation. The experts of Spirit Nation exclaimed as they felt that their horizons had been broadened. Clap, clap, clap. At this time, Han Xie clapped his hands and said, "Wonderful, wonderful. In today's 9 states, other than the 4 great gods, the 8 new gods are the strongest. Therefore, to be able to see the battle between the new gods has benefited me greatly." Only he knew that the previous confrontation between Lin Ling and Luli Empress was, in fact, just a warm-up. Perhaps it could be said that they were probing each other. It wasn't a real battle to the death. Moreover, the injuries they suffered were only minor injuries. Because Han Xie knew very well that the 2 of them were definitely not as weak as he had imagined. Lin Ling, you spent so much effort to come here for the record of the 8 gods, right? Subsequently, Han Xie looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded and smiled as he looked at the huge stone tablet behind Han Xie. Unless I'm lost, I'm probably here for that thing. Straightforward, I like honest people. But do you think you can obtain the record of the 8 gods in front of so many experts of Spirit Nation? Han Xie was still smiling. He played with his fingernails and said, "Perhaps, if you can't obtain the record of the 8 gods, you might die here. Perhaps I'm a person who likes to court death. Anyway, if you don't try, how do you know if you'll succeed? Lin Ling shrugged and said casually. Then go ahead and try. Now, you can make your move because the record of the 8 gods is right behind me. I guarantee that I won't stop you. Han Xie stared at Lin Ling, his battle intent boiling. He knew that Lin Ling would definitely not be able to escape today. Not to mention Luli Empress and him, the sacred spirit. Even Lord Ning wouldn't let Lin Ling leave Spirit Nation. There were only 2 choices left for Lin Ling. One was to join the Spirit Nation. 2 die. Come, if you want the record of the 8 gods, I can give it to you. Then Han Xie walked to the record of the 8 gods, as if he was righteous enough to give of the record of the 8 gods. However, Lin Ling didn't move. Instead, he furrowed his brows. Ha, trial taker Lin Ling, you were so domineering in the past. You were famous in Jojo and Spirit Nation. But now, you've become so timid. Is this still Lin Ling? Seeing that Lin Ling didn't move, Han Xie suddenly laughed wildly. The other deities of Spirit Nation sneered. Although they were afraid of Lin Ling's strength, they also knew that since Lin Ling had come to Spirit Nation's lair, he wouldn't be able to return. I'm just waiting. While everyone was laughing, Lin Ling slowly put away the tyrannical song sword and retracted the Luai's real form, returning to his original appearance. However, this made everyone think that Lin Ling had given up and didn't dare to move. Wait, what a nice way to put it. At this time, Luli Empress also said, Li Xiaoyao, I know you too well. You're not waiting. Instead, you're estimating the strength of both sides and whether it's worth it. Unfortunately, you've estimated that with so many of us here, it's impossible for you to get the record of the 8 gods. You know that outside the underground palace, Lord Ning should be on his way. So, you're just waiting because you're afraid. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and remained silent. Lin Ling, stop trying to be mysterious. I've said that the record of the 8 gods is right there. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Let's see if you dare to take it. If you keep silent, it doesn't mean that you'll be safe. Han Xie also smiled and said calmly. Then, seeing that Lin Ling still didn't move, he knew that Lin Ling didn't dare to make a move. So, he decided to make a move. However, just as he was about to make a move, suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out in the underground palace and shook the entire island. The Liang Palace was shaking. Large amounts of rubble fell from the roof of the main hall, giving everyone a fright. What's going on? Luli Empress frowned, because the previous explosion made her realize that it was an attack from a god. It was extremely powerful and ferocious. It could be said that the entire island had been destroyed. However, the explosions didn't stop. Instead, they grew louder. The entire island was in chaos, as though it was facing an apocalyptic catastrophe. At almost the same time, Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. On his body, the first stage of the innate talent fusion quietly appeared. Countless tentacles swayed behind him, as though a demon had descended from the underground palace. I've been waiting for him. A furious roar erupted from Lin Ling's mouth. Lin Ling shot towards the 8 gods' celestial palace, his speed incomparably fast. At this time, Han Xie also woke up from the explosion. He looked around and immediately saw a monster pouncing towards the record of the 8 gods. How dare you! He roared and rushed forward, wanting to stop Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had already fused the innate talent fusion, so a dragon claw swept over. Han Xie didn't even have to use his full strength, so a dragon claw easily smashed into his face. His face contorted, and he was sent flying. As he flew backward, he glared angrily at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, will gladly accept your gift. Lin Ling didn't stop. Instead, he sped up and rushed towards the record of the 8 gods, then slammed the giant ghost on his shoulder into the stone tablet. Giant ghost, leave them to me. Lin Ling, thank you. The giant ghost blended into the stone tablet like a tadpole, causing the entire stone tablet to shake. When Lin Ling said to wait, he was indeed waiting. However, he was waiting for Treasure God Grandpa to make a move. Because once Treasure God Nanwufenyu made a move, it meant that he was already suppressing Lord Ning. At that time, Lin Ling could also make a move. Lin Ling's enemy wasn't Lord Ning, but the group of people in the underground palace. Moreover, with treasure god Nanwo Fengyu's interference, all the experts on the island were attracted, which gave Lin Ling enough time. Therefore, he was waiting for this moment, for treasure god Nanwo Fengyu to blow the battle horn. A bloody battle with the spirit nation, now under the battle horn, had completely kicked off. Han Xie, stop him immediately. He wants the will of worry in the stone tablet. A giant ghost floated out from Han Xie's body and roared at Lin Ling. This evil ghost obviously sensed something. Chapter 4306. On the stone tablet, Lin Ling revealed a smile. After his dragon claws danced slightly, he looked at the sky and slapped out. Rumble. When his palm slapped out, Han Xie's figure also appeared. He punched out, maintaining the posture of colliding with Lin Ling's palm. Thump, thump. However, the strange thing was that Lin Ling felt his heart beating violently. The frequency was so fast that it actually reached 100 million beats per second. This was also a terrifying frequency. If an ordinary person's heart beat so fast, their body would have already exploded. However, Lin Ling had the dragon heart, which was incomparably tough. You want to shatter my heart? Unfortunately, your strength is still a little weak. Bang. Behind Lin Ling, a huge tail swept out like a large knife. If one looked carefully, this was a sharp dragon tail. Seeing this, Han Xie had no choice but to dodge the attack and retreat. His expression was ferocious. He knew that he had been tricked, because Lin Ling did not come here alone. What are you all waiting for? Kill him. Kill! While retreating, Han Xie also shouted at the crowd. Everyone also reacted, and all of them erupted with powerful Jieyuan. Then, they looked at Lin Ling who was on the stone tablet and pounced. Profound book. Bang. An old man waved his right hand, and bamboo slips turned into stairs, sweeping towards Lin Ling. These bamboo slips were extremely powerful, layer upon layer, as if forming a winding path to heaven around Lin Ling. Little Kunlun, go! Bang! Lin Ling stood on the stone tablet, majestic. He stretched out his left hand, and a black tide surged out, then turned into countless vines that surged out. Rise! Bang! When the old man saw this, he opened his hands and the heavenly road around Lin Ling dispersed, turning into bamboo slips that fluttered in the air. It was a very beautiful sight. What a powerful divine fetus! Lin Ling knew that he could no longer hold on to the stone tablet, so he leaped up and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. Killing intent and demonic aura roared as he pounced towards the old man. This was because he could sense that the old man's divine embryo was not weak, reaching the 6th rank. Moreover, there was a rhythm of the great Tao that seemed to draw one into the world of the sea of books. However, the old man's body was not strong. Clang, clang. The tyrannical song sword danced in the air, cutting down the incoming bamboo slips. At the same time, Lin Ling arrived in front of the old man in an instant and slashed down with his sword. This divine embryo of yours is very remarkable, but are you really so strong? When the old man heard Lin Ling's cold voice, his pupils widened, because his divine embryo was indeed very strong. However, he was not comparable to the other martial god realm experts. His body was very weak, even weaker than an ordinary person. Blood gushed out as the old man was cut into 2 halves. Kill him! Looking back at Han Xie, he had already reached the stone tablet. The evil ghost appeared in his right hand, and then he ruthlessly slapped it into the record of the 8 gods. The record of the 8 gods contained the will of worry. This was a will that was sealed in the stone tablet, so it had no consciousness, but it could be devoured by other wills. Originally, the evil ghost had wanted to devour it, but it was cautious, so it slowly comprehended it. After all, it did not expect Lin Ling to bring the giant ghost to this island. Now that the giant ghost had entered the stone tablet, it had no other choice but to fight with all its might. Giant ghost, it's up to you. Lin Ling knew that he could not hold on to the stone tablet, so the battle inside the stone tablet depended on the giant ghost. Lin Ling, give me your life. A transparent palm slapped down. Han Xie had made his move. This person had 2 innate talents, and his divine embryo had reached the 8th rank. He was about to have the divine embryo of a mid-god. In addition, his cultivation realm was that of a low god, and now he had unleashed all his strength to kill Lin Ling here. In addition to this expert, Luli Empress was also eyeing Lin Ling covetously, so now he was facing an ambush from all sides. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling's sword collided with Han Xie, and his heart was immediately affected, beating 10 billion times in an instant. His heart being affected by Han Xie had undoubtedly weakened Lin Ling's battle strength. Almost at the same time, 6 figures arrived on black lotuses. At a closer look, these 6 figures were all wearing different clothes, but they all looked the same. It was Luli Empress. Now she had activated all 6 divine embryos, and she did not hide her cultivation anymore. She had unsealed her seal and reached the early stage of a low god. She obviously knew that if she did not use all her strength when facing a formidable enemy like Lin Ling, it would be underestimating Lin Ling and hurting herself. Rumble. Lin Ling was affected by Han Xie's heart and could not move at all. When Luli Empress's powerful attack arrived, his body immediately trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Rumble. Deafening noises were constantly heard, and the entire hall seemed to be about to collapse. So powerful! Does 2 new gods have to join forces to suppress Lin Ling? The surrounding experts looked solemn as they searched for a fatal blow. Holy Spirit, let me help you! The more powerful people also attacked, and powerful divine energy blasted Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling was suppressed by Han Xie and Luli Empress, and now he was powerless to resist. Rumble. Under countless shocked gazes, Lin Ling's body exploded and turned into countless pieces of black flesh and blood. He's dead. This scene caused everyone's pupils to dilate. Lin Ling, one of the 8 new gods of the current generation, had fallen? They were in disbelief because Lin Ling was too powerful. How could he die in front of them? He's not dead yet. However, at this moment, Han Xie spoke with an unsightly expression on his face. Because he'd noticed Lin Ling's heartbeat. Lin Ling's explosion from before was actually just an attempt to escape. Gurgle. That was indeed the case. The scattered black flesh and blood flowed in a certain direction like water and turned into a black human figure. It was very terrifying. This was the resurrection of the chaotic body. Chaotic, immortal and indestructible. Bang, bang, bang. Rumbling ominous aura spread out like dark clouds, causing the entire hall to look like an ominous hall. The human figure that was constantly fusing gradually recovered its appearance. It was Lin Ling's appearance. His eyes seemed to be burning, filled with surging battle intent and killing intent. Lin Ling had expected this bloody battle before he came here. Therefore, at this moment, it was all about killing. Rumble. The black skin began to retreat silently, and white lightning began to appear on Lin Ling's left shoulder. Then, golden flames appeared on Lin Ling's right shoulder. In the middle, a huge green Vajra appeared. Second stage. Lin Ling's voice became extremely domineering, as if he was the reincarnation of a divine king. Second stage. Chapter 4307. At this moment, 3 gods seemed to have appeared behind Lin Ling. They were the Luai's god with his sharp fangs, the human king's Dharma idol that could control the world, and the Vajra with his ferocious eyes. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward, and the ground of the hall shook like waves. This was the power of 500,000 worlds and 1,500 strands of divine energy. This did not include Lin Ling's Luai's true form, great heavenly flame, and Bodhi-proof divine technique. Swoosh! Lin Ling's speed was very fast. He pounced on the crowd and grabbed with his hand. It was like the arm of a Vajra, and it carried the domineering power of lightning and flames. Stop him! Those people's expressions changed drastically. Lin Ling's speed was too fast. He appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Therefore, they resisted with all their might. However, Lin Ling's hand was simple and violent. It was like the hand of a Buddha. When it swept past, all the attacks were destroyed. Moreover, those experts were also turned into meat paste. So powerful! The people on the other side were so frightened that their eyes trembled. The new god Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling, hand over your life. However, at this moment, a transparent figure appeared behind Lin Ling. It was like a stream of water, but also like a crystal. Then, a palm mixed with ferocious divine energy pressed down. It was Han Xie. However, Lin Ling did not even look behind him. His huge palm fiercely slapped out. Boom! At the moment of collision, the unstoppable force actually turned all the people near it into dust. So powerful? How is this possible? I have the strength of an early-stage lower deity. In the air, Han Xie maintained his posture of striking out with his palm. However, his pupils were also trembling. It was because he had already passed the most difficult great tribulation of the martial god realm. He was now a true deity. His world essence had already transformed into divine origin. However, such a vast amount of power was actually unable to injure Lin Ling. Of course, this was secondary. Most importantly, he discovered that his 10 billion heartbeats could not affect Lin Ling at all. He has 7 dantians. In addition to his powerful physical body, he has the strongest physical body in the 9 prefectures. Naturally, you won't be able to hurt him. At this moment, Luli Empress's voice drifted over. Looking at her expression, it was incomparably dignified. Lin Ling's 7 dantians and 7 divine embryos. Luli Empress also had 6 dantians and 6 divine embryos. Clearly, she was weaker than Lin Ling. Her only advantage was that her cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's. However, Lin Ling's methods were incomparably powerful, and this made up for the gap between them. Physical body? I don't believe that your body can withstand my 100 billion heartbeats. Han Xie let out a roar. Both of his palms struck out in a frenzy. With every strike, the heartbeat of those people increased. Lord Sacred Spirit, don't. Lin Ling was not affected, but many people in the hall were. They held their hearts and cried out in pain. However, Han Xie ignored them. Thump, thump, thump. In the end, their hearts exploded one by one, and they died completely. Looking at Han Xie again, the heartbeat of his body had become tangible. It was like a circular sound wave that rippled through the entire hall. 100 billion heartbeats. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He sensed that his heart was also beginning to lose control. However, he did not stop. Instead, he killed everyone around him. He killed as many as he could to prevent those people from launching a sneak attack. 100 billion heartbeats is just an effect. Seeing Lin Ling crazily killing people, Luli Empress's eyes shone with a sharp light. Han Xie, on the other hand, was infuriated when he saw that Lin Ling was still killing people as if he didn't see him even in his divine fetus. Because in a short period of time, the originally packed hall was now left with only a dozen people. No matter what kind of powerhouse they were, even the dragon spirit, they could not withstand a single blow from Lin Ling. Moreover, they also sensed that outside the underground palace, the turmoil was even more terrifying. They feared that no one would come here in the near future. This meant that if they wanted to kill Lin Ling, it would depend on them. Lin Ling, you must die today. Thus, Luli Empress no longer held back. She activated all 6 divine embryos. A black coiling dragon rushed out, followed by the cry of a phoenix. Then, a black rock flapped its wings and floated behind Luli Empress. And this was not the end. A snake slithered out, supporting Luli Empress. Below this snake, black water flooded out, and a massive black turtle shell slowly emerged. Finally, a black qilin appeared. Looking at its bloodline, it was not much weaker than a baby qilin. 6 divine beasts. These divine beasts all had extraordinary origins. They were obtained from the god realm and were sealed in Luli Empress's den. Among the 6 divine beasts, Luli Empress was like a goddess. Her body shone with divine light, incomparably resplendent. Under this divine light, the white light around the hall began to melt like ice water. Luli Empress actually has 6 divine embryos. As expected of the divine spirit that can move even the great god of Spirit Nation. The remaining dozen or so people looked at the colored glaze empress with reverence and worship in their eyes. Han Xie, although your divine heart cannot kill him, it can restrain him. Now, continue to activate your divine embryos. I will kill him. Colored Glaze Empress also let out a clear and cold voice. Her eyes had unknowingly turned black. Although those long and narrow eyes were very beautiful, there was also a trace of ruthlessness in them. I, Han Xie, need your help? Han Xie was still activating 100 billion heartbeats. After hearing Luli Empress's words, he snorted in disdain. I know you are not convinced by me, but Lin Ling is more important. Think about it, he has 7 Dantians and 7 divine embryos. If he reaches the realm of a lower god, will you still have a place to stand? In front of the great god of Spirit Nation, Lord Ning has mentioned Lin Ling many times, but never you. Are you willing to accept this? Luli Empress said indifferently. Her voice had a magical power that seemed to affect Han Xie. What a joke! Luli Empress, I know what you are thinking. But let me tell you, do you think that I have done my best? In fact, Lord Ning has already taught me a technique that can kill Lin Ling in one blow. It's just that I have not used it yet. Hearing this, Han Xie laughed loudly. However, his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. Of course, you are right. This new great god is not to be underestimated. We should eliminate him completely. Let's work together. He had obviously guessed that outside the island, it must be a mess right now. If the great god of Spirit Nation were to know that Lin Ling had single-handedly turned the entire island upside down, he might not kill Lin Ling. In fact, he might even praise Lin Ling even more. Therefore, Han Xie wanted Lin Ling dead. He was even willing to join forces with Luli Empress. 100 billion heartbeats. Chapter 4308. Bang bang bang. Once the trillion heartbeats were unleashed, the remaining dozen or so people were unable to withstand it. This was because their hearts were beating so fast that they could explode at any moment. Furthermore, under the attacks of Han Xie and Luli Empress, the white light in the Great Hall was finally unable to hold on any longer. It continued to fade and was about to disappear at any moment. This also showed how powerful Han Xie and Luli Empress were. After all, these white lights were created by the great gods of the Spirit Kingdom. How could ordinary people break through them? Brother Xiao Yao, I was wrong back then. However, every man for himself, so don't blame me. With the suppression of 1 trillion heartbeats, Luli Empress looked at Lin Ling. There was an additional tenderness deep within her eyes. The memories of the little valley back then seemed to flow in her mind. At that time, she listened to Li Xiaoyao's stories every day. He told her about the wonders of the outside world. She loved those days very much. Under the maple tree in the ancient forest, she watched her beloved man tell her everything in a low voice. However, when she walked out of the small valley, she realized that the outside world was so exciting. She also had her own dream. Just like Li Xiaoyao said, how could a person not have a dream? Therefore, for the sake of her dream, she wanted Li Xiaoyao dead. She stretched out her hand and gently drew a circle before her. The circle floated before her, but there was a mysterious force coming from it. This force was like smoke, and the moment it floated out, a dangerous aura appeared. The aura of the divine tribulation from the martial god realm to the divine realm. Could it be that Luli Empress can control such a divine tribulation? The powerhouses in the Shattered Temple were not only resisting Han Xie's fatal heartbeat technique, but they also sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Luli Empress. In their eyes, the current Luli Empress seemed to have come from the era of the gods. Her every move, every frown, and every smile were so natural and actually carried the rhythm of the Grand Tao. Hurry up and get out of the hall. After a short moment, an old man finally shouted anxiously because he had a feeling that if they didn't leave now, then all of them would die here. Boom, boom. They attacked the receding white light as if they had gone mad. Lin Ling stood there quietly. Behind him, King Kong, Thunderlock, and Sovereign Personage provided Lin Ling with an endless stream of energy. However, this energy was not enough to withstand the mysterious energy released by Luli Empress. Lin Ling could feel that this energy was not enough to resist, because it was the steps of the gods. Luli Empress actually controlled the steps of God. In the age of the gods, this was a power that even intermediate gods might not be able to control. After so many years, Your strength has improved greatly. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he spoke indifferently. My father and brother died at your hands, but I don't want to avenge them, not at all. If there is a chance, I don't want to kill you, but I know that you, Li Xiaoyao, will come to kill me, so I must become stronger and surpass the 4 gods. Because I want to become the god of the 9 prefectures, I must kill you. Luli Empress's voice was very soft, but it revealed her ambition. God of the 9 prefectures, you think too simply of this world. Lin Ling gently stroked the tyrannical song sword as if he was caressing his most beloved person. His tone was also filled with sarcasm. God of the 9 prefectures? Luli Empress did not know that in a certain void, there were even more gods. Any one of them was enough to sweep through the entire 9 prefectures. To them, the gods of the 9 prefectures were like ants. Li Xiaoyao, all your strength is this second stage innate talent fusion. Now, the power that I want to use is not something you can resist. Luli Empress ignored Lin Ling's words. In her hand, a purple ball of light appeared. It did not seem big, but it emitted a godly power that could crush one's soul. In the end, she looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Her face turned cold. She wanted to completely erase this man who had countless ties with her. Ancient divine technique, Qing Ming incantation. She suddenly clenched her fist, as if she had released some kind of taboo. The purple ball of light in her hand turned into green smoke, but it quietly flew towards the sky. Voila! In the sky above the island, a taboo aura descended. Now the island was in a state of panic. The 9 prefectures were in a mess, and the Coolwood Palace was completely destroyed. In the streets and alleys, people looked up at the sky because there were 2 great gods clashing. But now, the 2 gods had stopped fighting and were looking at the sky. They were looking at the sky above the underground palace. It's Luli Empress's ancient divine technique. A scholarly man muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the old man opposite him and said, to be able to make Luli Empress use such a method, he should be Lin Ling. That's right. It's Lin Ling. The old man opposite him nodded, but the corners of his eyes were fixed on the taboo aura in the sky, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes. That was because he sensed that it was the steps of God. He didn't know if Lin Ling could withstand it. Treasure God, let's fight again. The man retracted his gaze, looked at the old man and pounced. Rumble. The 2 of them attacked and destroyed the island once again. At the same time, above the underground palace, a green thunderbolt shot down. It carried a wisp of destructive aura, as if it was a divine tribulation. Bang! The moment it fell, the underground palace was penetrated. Then, the green thunderbolt, as thick as a water bucket, blasted towards Lin Ling. What a powerful divine technique! Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and he activated it with all his strength. He also wanted to see how powerful this ancient divine technique was. Boom! The green thunderbolt, as thick as a water bucket, immediately shook Lin Ling's body when it collided with the tyrant's singing sword. His strength couldn't withstand the impact of the green thunderbolt. When Luli Empress saw that Lin Ling, who was in mid-air, wasn't killed by the attack, her heart trembled. However, her expression became even colder. Her hands continuously formed complicated seals, and she muttered. Then she pointed to the sky and said, "Dark Spirit Incantation." This ancient divine technique was a powerful curse that Eugene had obtained in the realm of the gods. According to legend, it was created by an ancient deity, and it was extremely powerful. Later, Eugene gave it to her, and it was the only thing she could use to defeat Lin Ling. This was because she knew that the power of this ancient divine technique came from ancient times, and it was a power that surpassed the power of the gods. Boom! Above the sky, another wave of power blasted down. It was like a gust of wind, and wherever it passed, everything turned into dust. Dark Spirit Incantation, everything under the sky is gray. When the ancient gust of wind blew, Lin Ling's body trembled. He felt a domineering power tearing his body apart. Even with his diamond body, he couldn't withstand it. Ah! Lin Ling roared, and the 3 kings behind him gathered again to resist the destructive gust of wind. Has Lin Ling's